Pete, are you still there? Yes. I know you see someone with a do not Have you ever seen iCarly? You know what's funny? I'm actually curious. Have you ever seen iCarly?
1, 2, 3, ho!
Yeah, iCarly. Where is it? It's like a show on Nickelodeon. This is somehow awesome. Yeah, we are live. Apparently, my microphone is on.
One, two, three, ho! One, two, three, ho! One, two, three, ho! One, two, three, ho!
Right, welcome everyone.
Maybe I shouldn't have looked before.
Yeah, sorry, what was that for you?
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't. Yeah, welcome everyone. We're reacting to a Fuentes interview with a well-known yellow journalist, Piers Morgan. With Pierce, it was for me. I expected it to be kind of a more neutral interview because leftists don't necessarily like him, rightists don't necessarily like him. He's kind of attacked both. He's kind of like not necessarily politically partisan to like communism or like MAGA republicanism. So I expected some more neutral things.
Yeah, so
was it a mistake for me to watch it earlier?
no. Obviously, as we'll watch it, you've probably just given probably some more thinking points, so that way, like when he comes up with something, I'll just probably end up chiming in. But yeah, so what we'll be doing today is that we'll just be reacting to this, and then we'll probably just chime with some points. Obviously, Fedor's already made some comments before about Fuentes' views on Holocaust and a few of these other things, and Fedor will probably chime in on his on those views, and as well
YouTube
probably
disclaimer has been imposed about the show.
Yes, obviously we'll be talking about a sensitive subject, so YouTube, hopefully, please do not BTF my channel.
No, they'll put a Wikipedia down below. YouTube will put just a Wikipedia notification explaining what the show is.
Yes, please give me an early life check instead. Yeah, YouTube, don't give me the little wiki thing.
Yeah, we won't describe any specific horrors or go into like denial propaganda stuff, obviously.
Yeah, we'll probably just give commentary on it. So, but YouTube, if you are watching this, please don't BTF my channel. We are just giving commentary.
I'm anti-Hitlerite. I made a video series critiquing their government and their dumb racial theories. Okay. Secondly, for the audience, because I watched this thing before, I noticed a very, very glaring contradiction. So stick through it, and you'll see a really funny thing that Nick does in the interview. A really funny contradiction.
Right. So
it's gonna be worse than what Marxists claim are the capitalist contradictions.
I'll just put that in this Discord, not the other one.
Yeah, the server link.
Yeah, in the right. So anyway, let's continue.
You're a New York Times reader, an NPR fan, a Daily Wire subscriber, or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson.
Sorry,
for several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject.
No, the question is, have you set up
the main reason you're hearing about him
TV room
is because he's popular.
Oh, right, I'm fucking retarded. Sorry, I forgot to even share it with you.
I could create it. Or
no, I've already done one. Sorry.
And the audience can vote right now. Is Nick Fuentes a raging homosexual? Or a straight as a board Chad Alpha Christian trad man?
So I think it was this one. What is it? This link.
And tune in next week for our analysis of British colonialism in India.
Yeah. Okay, you've joined?
Yes.
Right, okay, now we can continue it. I'll just quickly go back.
17.
No more technical issues.
You're a New York Times reader, an NPR fan, a Daily Wire subscriber, or an avid consumer of all things Tucker Carlson. For several months now, there's been no avoiding the subject of Nick Fuentes. And let's be clear, the main reason you're hearing about him is because he's popular. A large number of people, especially young men, are interested in what he has to say. What that says about our society and our culture is the subject of ferocious debate. For many people, it's a grave indictment of an insidious immorality. For others, he's a product of a culture which has turned on its own and left many young people feeling listless and bitter. He's either a litmus test for right-wing hypocrisy on free speech or a walking, talking manifestation of where the lines should be drawn. And a frankly preposterous amount of airtime has been spent on debating everything from his ideology to his sexuality and whether anyone should actually talk to him at all.
If I were writing a glossary entry on the Streisand effect, I wouldn't put a picture of her next to it. I would put a picture of Nick Fuentes.
they have opted to not do so when it comes to Nazis like Nick Fuentes.
Fuentes takes this guy apart brick by brick. It's a full takedown.
My concern is that people who are a bit more moderate are deeply alarmed by Nick Fuentes.
I was very happy to see that, like, Nick Fuentes really passed that test with flying colors.
That fragmentation is being caused purposefully by a splinter faction of people led by a young man named Nick Fuentes.
That's the war. Can you get the beef prices down? Not crazy things that Nick Fuentes or these other loons say on social media.
Well, it looks like all the screaming about Nick Fuentes on the internet is finally dying down a little bit.
So now we had on this guy, this Fuentes guy, and never challenged him.
You should have Nick Fuentes on your show and you could ask him questions about that.
The truth is, it doesn't make a lot of sense to spend all this time talking about Nick Fuentes, but not actually to Nick Fuentes. People who say you shouldn't give him a platform overlook the very obvious fact that he already has a platform of his own, which is often bigger than most of the people complaining. And he uses it to speak unchallenged to his many followers. It's on that basis that I've invited him to appear live and uncensored on my platform. And Nick Fuentes joins me now. Nick Fuentes, welcome to Uncensored.
Hi, great to be with you.
I don't know you. I don't think we've ever met. You can correct me if that's wrong. I know about you. I know that increasingly people are talking about you in a more mainstream environment than you may be used to. So for those who know nothing about Nick Fuentes, I want this to be an opportunity to get to the real person. I don't know who that person is, but I do want to use this opportunity to get there. I've seen you talk, as we prepared for this, in exchanges with people and on your show, saying you fear it's going to be very hostile, it's going to be an ambush, all those kind of things. I don't intend it to be overtly hostile. I don't intend to ambush you. I intend it to be an examination of what you said on the record, an examination of what you believe or what you say you believe, and an examination of what your rising popularity says about the state of the conservative movement in America. So those are my goals from this interview. What are your goals? Why are you doing it?
I thought it'd be interesting. And, you know, you've talked a lot about me on your show over the years, and this is the first time you actually extended the invitation. I think it might be the second, actually. I think we talked about doing it during A24 a few years ago, but you've talked a lot about me with the panel, and now you've extended the invitation to talk to me. And I think it'd be interesting for me to maybe clarify some positions and maybe get to know you a little better as well. So I'm looking forward to it.
There is a belief that you have two personas. There's one that you roll out now for podcasts and for shows like mine, where you come across as reasonable. And then there's your show on Rumble, where you often come across as having, you know, a very unreasonable view on things. This is what Coleman Hughes said about you.
Nick Fuentes knows exactly what he's doing. He is consciously playing this double game as part of a long-term strategy to become popular enough to take the reins of power, at which point he plans to pivot towards the extreme and unpopular policies that he advocates daily on Rumble.
So first of all, what is your response to that?
That's the old strategy of hiding your power level, coined by 4chan. And to be fair, Trump was doing that as well. Trump was saying, you know, America first, gets into, and like he was dining with Fuentes, and like a lot of paleo conservatives and anti-Israel people, and even like alt-righters were getting excited about this. Oh, Trump is becoming based, and then Trump gets to office, he's like pulling the chair out for Netanyahu and saying, yeah, we need
like a little bitch.
Yeah, you know, Fuentes is like a little bitch. Netanyahu is a Chad, you know. He's such a Chad. I pulled the chair out of him. He exudes alpha energy. Totally not any of the APAC donations made me say this. The APAC sheet also told me not to mention its existence. And quite frankly, Netanyahu, down there, he's very big. Something in his pants is really big, you know. And I saw it in the bedroom. And, like, his muscles are amazing. And he's a Chad. Oops, I'm not supposed to say this. Yeah. Basically, the strategy they accuse him of is being like two-faced and kind of using marketing and like hiding his like true beliefs and power level.
Yeah,
to
I
push
think
through
that's
some
like a
extreme agenda.
tactic that he likes to do.
Yeah.
I think. So I
If
guess that's
only
a valid
if
point.
only most alt-righters fail. They start like yelling the K word and calling for another show in the middle of a park in Charlottesville.
Mm.
We'll see if Fuentes succeeds or he slips.
What's your response to that?
Well, first of all, I would say that Coleman Hughes is a propagandist. He works for the Free Press, which is run by Barry Weiss. So I think you have to consider the source. And Barry Weiss is a pro-Israel partisan. Free Press is just bought out by CBS for $150 million by Larry Ellison or his son David Ellison. And so I think that's coming from a particular point of view. We can't pretend like that's coming from a vacuum or from some fixed position. That's coming from a propaganda outlet that's in favor of Israel. That's first. But second, I would say he is right about the two personas. And I think that everybody understands this on some level. On my show, I make jokes and I use rhetoric and I'm hyperbolic because for a long time, I had an audience that was small on these like dissident platforms. I was on D Live for many years. A lot of people don't even know what that is. And so I had a small following and we had sort of like an in-group sense of humor and memes and things like that. And you talk about it one way on a freewheeling live stream when I'm by myself and I'm ranting and we make jokes and we play devil's advocate. We play with different positions.
It's the kind of just a joke, just a meme defense that was really common in 2016, 2017 as well. And Trump used the same tactics and strategy. He put out some like statement or during his speech. He was like, Xi Jinping is a terrific guy. He's president for life. Maybe I should be president for life. And then based on the audience's reaction, he either like leaned in or said, I'm just joking. Like the audience like boo boo, and like, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. It's a joke. But the audience like, there's like, maybe I should do it. And so he's like testing the water with jokes, and you can like retreat from it.
What was it called? What's his name called? Try that. I think Richard Spencer. Did he try anything like that?
Did Richard Spencer? Yeah, I think to a certain extent he tried basically saying that that the anti-Jewish stuff and like his like Discord servers and Charlottesville's were like jokes or hyperbole. It's just like they're just edgy jokes.
What people do in call, don't they? So they don't get it was like that with Tate, where it was like going, I just said those as like jokes on being hyperbole.
His defense in court. Yeah, his defense in court was that his internet persona is like an actor persona. He doesn't actually behave like that. But the prosecutors could refer to his private chats where he behaved similarly to disprove that claim. And
so
like
it's
one of
not
the guys that was
he's just being a goofball. He genuinely does say that and acts in private, and so how he acts on stream are basically the same.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of some leftists do that as well. They're like, game end the CEO in Minecraft, of course. We need the revolution to overthrow the government and establish socialism in Minecraft, of course. Not in real life. No, I would not. Yeah. I would never advocate for treason.
I wonder if that's ever
States.
worked if you just say it in Minecraft.
Yeah.
I wish, but.
Yeah, and then Hassan says something like that, and then like goes on like, the 9/11 was really justified. America deserved it. It's like we need a communist revolution in Minecraft. I would never advocate for actual treason against the U.S. government. Yeah, okay. And one of the guys that got caught or like kind of with whom it failed was Edgy Sphinx, also known as Raving Ruin. He was like a Coptic white mixed American, and Prout was fighting with him.
Pill?
No, not Coach Red Pill. I was about Edgy Sphinx, a YouTuber.
I don't think I've ever heard of it. Edgy Sphinx.
Yeah, Kraut fought him back in the day.
Okay.
And he was claiming that all his like Nazi jokes were jokes, but then like someone leaked his private YouTube like watch lists and private chats, and he was like peddling all the same Rothschild only 425K conspiracies and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Let's see.
Yeah,
How does Fuentes respond?
But then when you sit down and view, well, then I clarify and I say, well, here I'm not joking. Here I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not being rhetorical. I'll tell you precisely what I believe. As far as this idea that I'm going to get power and then turn into Hitler, that just sounds totally insane to me. I'll be honest. It just sounds insane.
Do you have aspirations for political power?
Not really. I think that if I wanted to run for office, I wouldn't say a lot of the things that I say. I don't know that a lot of people would vote for me. I tend to offend everybody, even a lot of people that like me. So no, I'm a truth teller. I like to tell the truth. I like to do my live stream.
Who is Nick Fuentes? Tell me about your upbringing. I know you grew up in the suburbs of Chicago. Tell me about your early years.
Or early how? Like my childhood or a little bit later?
Yeah, your childhood, yeah.
Well, I grew up in the suburbs of Chicago in LaGrange Park, as you say. My parents are ethnics. My father's half Mexican, half Irish. My mother's Italian. And they both came from a pretty rough upbringing themselves. They both were raised by single mothers, not because of divorce, but because both of their fathers had died. They endured a lot of dysfunction. And I think that's one of the reasons they came together and they related to each other and they wanted to create a normal upbringing for their children. They wanted to have a normal family life. And so they moved out to LaGrange Park away from the city. And they raised me and my sister and really put us first. I think that's a big reason why I tend to have a lot of these family values or Christian values. My mother quit her job and stayed at home to raise us. And so I have a very close relationship with my parents, with my sister. We're a very tight family. And we grew up in a pretty idyllic town. And maybe we can sort of get into a conversation about politics from this. I loved my upbringing. My mom stayed at home. My dad was working. We're in a mostly white suburb in Chicago. I was maybe half Catholic, half Protestant. It was a baseball town. I played baseball for many years. In Chicago, we love our hot dogs. We have our baseball parade and get a hot dog. And so I love where I...
And then I had a Chad come up to me and I touched his baseballs in the locker room.
Maybe
you know
maybe something happened in the locker. Maybe got 40% clubbed.
Yeah, pretty dark. If that is truly the reason.
I love the city. It's a working class city. I love the people here. They're very good, humble, down to earth, decent people. And I guess I had my political, not to jump ahead, but this is a big part of where my political awakening came from. I sort of left this bubble, if you could call it that. When I went to college in 2016, I went to Boston University and I read a lot of things online and I realized the country does not look like LaGrange Park. It doesn't look like Western Springs or Hinsdale or Elmhurst. It looks very different. The country's undergoing a radical transformation because of immigration. And so I saw that and I said, this is not really a desirable change. I don't like the south side of Chicago or the west side or LA or certain parts of Boston as much as I like where I came from. And I guess that's what made me an American nationalist. I said, I want to preserve my home and the things that are familiar to me and the things I like about my home, what makes it America. So that's a little bit about my background. I don't know where you want to go with that, but that's kind of where I came from.
My first obvious question is, were your parents immigrants to the United States, or were their parents, or were their grandparents? In other words, at some stage, I presume, there were immigrants in your family who came to the US. Is that correct?
There were. I believe my mother was fourth generation and my father was third generation. So their ancestors came here on my mom's side in the 1860s, I believe, the first wave of Italian immigration. My father's ancestors, I think they came around the turn of the century.
Honest answer, I half expected him to go like, no, Aryan Jesus spawned me as the purest Aryan specimen into America to save the Aryan race.
Yeah, I would have expected him
in 1900.
Oh, that
about your views
that wouldn't have
on
been
immigration.
believable. Would be like a nice
Are
joke.
they not affected at all by the fact that if it wasn't for immigration, you wouldn't exist as an American?
Well, I would certainly exist, but like you said, maybe not as an American. Certainly that's influenced in some measure. But I think that the kind of immigration that we had for a long time in the country, it's different than the immigration that we have now. And let's just say for openers, it's different immigrants. They're coming from a different place with a different culture, a different religion. It's not the same as it was. So first, you have a qualitative difference. My ancestors, for the most part, I have 3 European grandparents from Ireland and Italy, 1 from Mexico. They came from Europe. They came from a society where there's a common ancestry, there's a common religion, common civilization. The people that have come in since 65, since Hart-Celler, they're coming from China, India, the Northern Triangle, Mexico, Venezuela. And so
for context, it abolished immigration quotas from a lot of countries. Like previously, the 1920s Immigration Act prioritized immigrants from, I guess, Northern and Western Europe, like Germanic.
Yeah, because obviously
Germanic and
there's allegations
Anglo-Saxon.
of Nick not really being white or something, but obviously most of his ancestors are like European, and obviously someone did like a phenotype analysis. So it's in like another
Yeah,
video.
I think he posted. I think Nick actually posted his like DNA test.
Yeah,
Right?
he did. He said like I saw the
Oh.
percentages, but someone did an analysis and said that like southern, I think it was like Italians were basically like considered white when they first came to America, if I can remember correctly, or at least like southern Italians at least. But yeah, in terms of like Nick being white, obviously like not just his skin color, I do think that obviously you would be closer to European because obviously majority of like Mexico, I do think that a lot of the majority, some of them do have European ancestors, but obviously a lot of the time it is usually obviously isn't the best to be in the natives population. I guess I would say like being mutts or something. But...
Oh yeah, if I remember correctly, the discrimination against Eastern Europeans was in the previous immigration acts, but they didn't necessarily say that Eastern Europeans are not white. They thought that Eastern Europeans were like they had more common traits of like idiocy and low intelligence. That's what they thought back in the day. With Southern Italians, I need to check. Maybe they kind of thought of them as mixed because like during
the Negro
during
mixture.
yeah, or Moorish, which is not necessarily like an ethnic group. It's just like kind of like the Arabs. They're like Northern Arab caliphates. They had done like raiding and mixing with Southern Italians, so you'd have like that admixture show in there. Yeah, but Nick is at least brave or confident enough to post his DNA. So
And so first, they're just different people. Secondly, it's a quantitative
go
difference.
over that later.
There's way more, and it's an unceasing, always increasing wave. For the first 3 or 4 waves of immigration, you would have a major influx of immigrants, and then it would stop. And then you'd have another wave, and then it would stop. This one, it just keeps going up for 35 years, and it's too many. So that's really where I would draw the distinction between maybe where I originate from.
It's sad that they can't like pull up graphs and fact checks like mid-interview. That would be interesting to kind of visualize Nick's claims.
Well, yeah, Nick sometimes gives claims, and obviously he was talking about black crime statistics, and I was thinking that when he would talk or mention that with to do with those statistics, like obviously it's kind of annoying if they were pulling up statistics mid-interview, I would think. Obviously, like if you remember, if you're like a spare like me, you can think of them off the top of your head.
Well, no, it's like in a corner. Like I actually like a format where they have like an interview, and they kind of show in the corner like little like facts you interesting to know. Here's like a graph, fact check, immigration has risen throughout the last 20 years, whatever, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I found the graph actually. Yeah, 1970. Yep, it has. Well, yeah, obviously globalization, cheaper transport, and like pop media kind of makes America really like seem glamorous. Like for example, Indians that were interviewed viewed America as like the sort of place where everyone can get laid and like there's sexual liberation and everyone can have fun and parties, unlike conservative families in India where it's almost as conservative as like middlingly radical Muslims, where you can't do like anything fun before getting married. So yeah, like America is popularized by its media, and like people want to come to this magic land.
I would even just simply call that immigration. What this is an invasion. It's a completely different policy.
But you mentioned,
can't even call it the same thing.
But you mentioned Mexico in that.
Falk made a video about that called "Mass Migration as Mass Migration as a tactic of war" or something.
And your father is half Mexican, so
yeah.
I mean, by your criteria, part of the invasion would include your father, presumably, and his immediate descendants who came from Mexico.
Not really true, because when my father's ancestors came here, it was a small fraction of the total.
Little context, the video was called "Mass Immigration as a Weapon," and he kind of mentioned that Gaddafi was like threatening Europe with letting through like sub-Saharan immigrants and like saying you have to give him money if you don't want me to let them through.
Okay, because I thought it was like I'm not sure what his immigration thing was about, but I know that yeah, I know he had some other policies that he wanted to put enact, but I didn't know. I wasn't sure his immigration ones. Because I knew it was like, newlyweds got like a few thousands after they got married, if I can remember.
Yeah, he used oil revenue to like do welfare stuff, like the Venezuelan. Before Maduro, there was I think Hugo Chavez, and he was really popular because he nationalized oil and did welfare programs and redistribution of like the revenue to the people. So kind of populist, nice stuff for the electorate.
Came from Mexico. I don't believe that we should have zero immigrants forever, or even zero immigrants from non-white countries. But you have to draw the distinction. My father's father, he was here in the 40s and 50s. It was his parents, or I believe either his parents or grandparents, that came here even earlier. Up until 1965, 90% of the immigrants were coming from Europe. I have no problem with that. If we have 10% of them coming from Mexico or Latin America, maybe that's reasonable, but that's not what it is now. Now you've got 10 million illegals in 4 years under Joe Biden, and you got millions more legal immigrants from China, India, Venezuela, El Salvador, and it's so many with no.
Yeah, that's some funny instances of that is actually mentioned by Mr. Asian Pie, a Chinese American YouTuber. He actually made a video about Chinese people trying to like get to America, trying to like escape from the CCP, like coming through like Peru up the narrow land bridge between South and North America, and then like crossing the Mexican border, and the border guards were like, "What the hell? Why are there Chinese illegal immigrants trying to get to America from Mexico?"
I've heard like rumors of apparently there's like like Chinese climbing under the border of Canada or something, and like they're going under the barbed wire.
Wait, from where? From like Greenland or from America?
No, from Canada, because obviously they get like a visa from China to Canada, and they're trying like
yeah, because Canada is more China friendly. Yeah, so I guess the strategy is get a visa, go to Canada, and then like crawl into America and then like, enjoy American freedom.
Yeah, it's like pretty.
And a lot of the Chinese like escape to America stuff was fueled by their like really harsh COVID policies. Whatever you think about that, they were like really tough, and they did strangle a lot of local economies.
break for assimilation, and they're all non-white countries. That's what makes it unacceptable.
I always believe everybody is a product of their environment. Right? I've interviewed thousands of people. Maybe 3, 4, 5,000 people from all different walks of life. But the one common theme I would say is everyone's a product of their environment. And I was reading some stuff about you in the last few days. There was an episode of your podcast where you talked about your father, Bill Fuentes, and how he wouldn't take the family, including you, to certain restaurants because he believed they were associated with African Americans. We would be deciding where to go to eat, you said. What are we going to do for dinner tonight? It was a running joke. Me and my sister would say Applebee's, and my dad would say we would never eat at Applebee's. Not in a million years should you be caught dead, Fuentes said about Applebee's. Go to a different restaurant, a local restaurant. No Applebee's, no Red Lobster. That is commonly known as black fare. And you also shared another story about your family and restaurants. It said, before me and my sister were born, my family had a saying about Olive Garden that contains the N-word that we're not allowed to say. So my question, based on that anecdote that you say on your own podcast, is do you think you grew up in a racist environment, that your father was inherently racist, and that thought process moved to you?
Well, I would say it's a new low. I've been attacked for being a racist many times, but to attack my father, to attack my parents based on anecdotes, I would say that's sort of a new low.
Hang on, it's your anecdote.
Yeah, but he's not here to defend himself.
You are.
And my parents are.
You told the story.
And I will. And I'll
I'm not trying to ambush you. As I said at the start, Nick, to be clear.
No, it's not an ambush.
Nick, to be clear,
I think
I'm not
understands.
ambushing you. I'm literally reading an anecdote that you revealed on your podcast. It's you that's put it in the public domain.
I know.
I'm simply asking you whether my assessment of that, which is that your father didn't want to take you to certain restaurants because of what you refer to as, they were commonly known as black fare, whether that attitude to African Americans in that instance permeated to you. It's a reasonable question.
That's like a really, really funny part. Because yeah, like Nick himself like mentioned his dad like on stream, like not wanting to take him.
Yeah,
to, like,
I actually remember him
areas.
mentioning it, but and basically like he clearly is doing like a kind of a gotcha moment. It's like, oh yeah, your dad was racist, but in fact, well, Nick even brings this up later on, where it's like, oh yeah, your dad's racist, and therefore you were brought up in a racist environment. Which that wasn't the case, because I think that Nick basically what he mentioned was that his dad would make a comment about black people. I don't think his dad was inherently racist. I just think that that's just something his dad noticed. If in that context, I think. What about you, Theodore? Or do you think that's the case? Like his dad rubbed off and.
I think certain influences from his dad came over, yes, but like I think it's kind of funny like when you bring up your dad on stream like saying those things, and then when like Chris brings up
my dad has said things about like Asians or blacks, but he isn't like inherently racist. I mean, he's slightly liberal, but he isn't like he's apolitical.
Well, yeah, and you can have people who are liberal on like most issues, but like one specific group they've had like bad experience with, like my dad with the Russians, for example. But he's like very okay with blacks, so yeah.
We'll just continue.
Well, I guess
like I said, I think.
Well, I guess the Pierce tactic is to like kind of psychologize and say like you just like you didn't reach those like racist conclusions, like logically. You were like programmed by a racist environment.
Yeah, it's kind of like racism was baked into your DNA, which is kind of like the whole.
Not the DNA, no, not the DNA, but it was like upbringing. So like, if only you like opened your eyes and like read some liberal theory or some critical race theory about how like the behavior or like statistical outcomes for other races are caused by racist discrimination, then you would like stop with the racist stuff. But because you were brought in this like closed racist environment, like white area, therefore like you're bigoted. That's the true reason. It's not because you like analyze stuff and reached your beliefs logically. It's because you were programmed to be racist from an
Yeah,
early age.
it's
by
kind of like there was
parents
this
and
one
environment.
black kid. I mean, I mentioned this in the last stream before, well, the last video, and it was basically I think I was talking about one Kurdish kid that I was good friends with within my primary school, which is like elementary for you, well, I think. I think there was like one or two black kids, and I think he was quite big, but I mean it wasn't like the smartest, and clearly he was like poor, but obviously like it was weird because all the other kids, like if you said anything, if you like mistreat the one black kid and his brother, like you were seen as racist or something, if you made like a reference. And I just think that's quite interesting because obviously, like that would be like an anti-racist environment that I had within school. I think when I got up to high school, and I think that if that's in the case of like
I think it's too
obviously,
much rambling. I think we
yeah,
got like too much detail
what
on
I'm
that.
trying to say is that if good and bad experiences, but obviously I do think in that case. Maybe Nick Fuentes might have his dad might have rubbed off. Then I would have to change my opinion.
Yeah. Pierce's theory is that like the people around him, especially his relatives and parents, passed on like racist ideas to him, and that's why he has those beliefs.
Okay.
That's like his belief.
Yeah,
It's like that taught him racism.
Like I said, I think everybody knows what that is, but I'll address it.
Well, the thing is, the audience doesn't know like your background stuff too much, and it like they can't like imagine it so vividly, so they'll just ramble.
That I'll engage with it and I'll defend my father from the charge of racism.
Sure.
No, my parents are not racist, and they've never been racist. I'll tell you about my parents. They used to have a school in Chicago in the South Loop where they instructed people on how to shoot firearms. It was a security school, and most of the clients were black. And I believe actually one of their clients was Larry Hoover's son at one point, sort of a funny story. And so most of their clients would come in from the south side of Chicago. My grandmother, she grew up in the projects in the city. And so my family being in Chicago, being ethnics, being Italian, Irish, Mexican, and the West Side on Taylor Street, all over the city. My family for many generations have lived near and around black people. And look, my views about black people and their views about black people are shaped with experiences with black people. And what they will tell you, what my parents would say if they were here, is that for many, many years, the older generations of black people were very respectful, very humble, very decent. In fact, my grandma used to have an anecdote. She grew up in a lot of dysfunction. Her mother was mentally ill, and they would be having dinner in the projects, and there'd be so much chaos and dysfunction and disagreement and fighting. And she would look across the way out the window at a black family in the other apartment, and they'd be holding hands around the table saying grace. And this is sort of the culture that used to prevail.
What should I do if I want to go for a toilet break?
Okay.
You can
Break
talk.
wise. Someone's just come. There's like one. There's like one. Griper, I think. Andres. Hello, Andres. Yeah.
Okay, Griper.
All right.
Okay, Griper. How are you doing? What are your comments? I'll check them.
He wants to say hi.
Hello. Oh, you're a Griper. How do you know he's a Griper?
Well, he's got a gripe with
Like
outside his name's
Fat
Andres.
Pepe. A question for you, Mr. Groiper. Why do you Groipers use obese frogs instead of muscular frogs? Andres Juarez.
Yeah, if you want to go
sounds
to
like a Mexican.
yeah,
I'll
if you want
take
to go to the toilet, just say when, and I'll just pause it.
I'll take a quick dump. You can like
Oh,
talk
well,
about
that's nice.
something.
Yeah, I mean, I could put the break on now. Actually, I can put it on the like a thing, right? If you want to take 5 for a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, just turn that. Yeah. Oh, did I not put? That's broken. One sec. Let me just fix this. Let me just fix this. Did I put it in this? Stream stuff. Should be here. stuff, streaming. Is it this one? I think it's this one. So put it like that. So I can't make it bigger. Really need to resize that. Right, we'll be back. We'll be back soon. Right, guys, we'll come back to the stream. I think we'll put that back on. Sorry for that interruption, but we should be able to continue now. My microphone really blur. I'll just turn it up a little bit. Oh, I'll be on enough. Right. I think that. Right. Do you want to continue now?
Yeah.
Right. I'll pause it.
But now what you have in the city is that there's no accountability for the black people. And now Chicago has become a complete dump because these teenagers go out and they take over the city. They call them teen takeovers. That's the euphemism for it. They're teenagers, but they all come from the same neighborhood. They drive up there and they mug people and attack people and they destroy cars and destroy shops. We had the Festival of Lights a couple of weeks ago. It's supposed to be a family event. And they light up the trees and they, there's a big parade. I was in the parade one year and you had a bunch of black people there shooting each other. 7 people shot, a 14-year-old killed in the Magnificent Mile. And I know there's a lot of black people that feel the same way about this. They say, we've lost control of the city and we're looking for accountability. We have a lot of black people that are always outraged about racism, outraged about attitudes from white people, but they're never ashamed of some of these behaviors, never ashamed of some of the things that go on. And that's why I think there's a lot of negative attitudes these days. And so, again, I think those attitudes, you say I'm a product of my environment.
I was in the parade. I was waving a rainbow flag.
Yeah, you just see.
Maybe
you see, it's like that AI
with
edit
these
of Andrew Tate. It's like where he's like doing like loads of like LGBT thing where he's doing.
Yeah, he's doing the gay dance.
Yeah.
Okay, man. I mean, yeah, I should not be as biased because there's gonna be a banger about this in this interview.
I am, and so are my parents and my grandparents. Unlike you, because you're not even American, in Chicago, we have to live in a big, diverse city where there's a lot of different kinds of people. And I think anybody in Chicago tell you the same.
I live in London. It's one of the biggest and most diverse cities in the world.
All those doctors and engineers,
but it's not the same.
Each other lovely metal in
I
their
think
bodies.
he lives in the elite Kensington district.
Yeah,
I
it'll be
think.
like 97% white.
Yeah.
The
The
hypocrisy
district
for like
matters.
old white boomers starts to show.
Well, I live in a multicultural city. Of course, I live in a purely white
private
area
gated
with a few
city. That's what they'll be living
token,
if.
yeah. Token Afros who are doctors and engineers, the highest IQ versions. So I know all about diversity.
Actually, it's a big diversity. The only difference is we don't have the gun violence because we don't have guns. That's a whole different story. I don't want to get into that with you. I have got into that before
you
in
got
America.
a knife problem. You got sword problems.
We have problems with
Aladdin.
We have problems with violent crime. I make no pretense of it. So the idea that somehow I'm cosseted in London because I'm not in Chicago.
I didn't say that.
Well, you kind of implied it, but I guess my point about the environment, I'm not saying you are a product of your environment. I'm saying most people are in some capacity. When I read that anecdote, which just to remind you, it's not something I have put out there. You told this story, right? And you said that
you said this. We're looping. You said this already.
No, but you haven't really directly, I think, responded to it, which is whether your father...
Mr. Rue has found our stream, all hands and battle stations. Let's hope he doesn't do anything stupid.
Would not take you to certain restaurant chains because he associated them with black Americans. Is that...
See here, if you're in America, you would say that Olive Garden is not real Italian food. Applebee's, TGI Fridays, this stuff is a load of crap. My dad was just a food snob, but no, it's got nothing to do with that. My best friend in first grade was a black guy. We're not a racist family, so...
Okay, so when you told the story, I'm just curious. So when you told that anecdote, which...
The classic I have a black friend retort.
Clearly, on the face of it, is racist, right? You're basically saying your father made racist decisions about where you would go as a family to eat. Are you saying... No. Well, I'm just going to ask you a question. Are you saying that when you told that story, you didn't mean to infer that he was racist? And do you understand why when somebody like me reads that anecdote for the first time, as I did this week, I reach a different conclusion?
Well, I understand what you're doing, which is a sort of making of a murderer. How did he become racist? Well, his father didn't eat at Olive Garden because he said that's not real Italian food. Hang on, can I... What's with the interruptions? Can I explain?
I'm literally reminding you of something you said on your show, which led me to conclude a certain thing. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, it was said in jest as a humorous anecdote, and now you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is his parents are racist. He comes from a long line of racists. And I think everybody knows my parents are boomers.
My grandfather was the champion of racism. He received a Medal of Racism from the Cajun Ku Klux Klan and from Jefferson Davis personally. He received the Anti-Black Bias Medal. He could never acknowledge any black scientists due to the color of their skin, and my family is proud of our racist heritage.
And these people come... Well, you're a boomer, I guess, too, in a way,
60.
right? You were born
I'm
in
60.
What, 19? Yeah, so you're a boomer also. Or maybe you're a Gen Xer, I suppose it's sort of on the cusp. But it's a humorous anecdote. These are kind of the attitudes of baby boomers in society, but you're trying to spin it into a narrative, which is you're a product of your environment. Your dad's racist because of this joke. Now you're a racist, and I don't think that's a fair characterization.
Okay. People can make their own minds up. They can go back and listen to you say it. I mean, the beauty of what I'm going to talk to you about in this interview is that almost all of it is just going to be reminding you what you have said and asking you what you meant. Your position about that story is that it was a joke, okay? I want to come to something else you said. This is where you talk about Jews, women, and blacks.
This is going to be good.
They're always coming up with, no, it's not the Jews. No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise. It's that simple.
Actually, Elliot Rogers says that women run society, and that
they should be. She couldn't get no puss.
I mean, yeah. He actually was like really weird about fetishizing like pure blonde blue-eyed woman, so he did like Aryan woman. Yeah. Well, but yeah, it's let's see. I think he's gonna say it's like a joke.
Okay. Would you like to clarify what you meant there?
That's all true. That's 100% true. Everything I said in that clip is true.
Including that blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
But all of them?
No, for the most part.
So I guess it would mean like over 50%.
Pardon me, what percentage of American blacks would you like to see in prison?
Whatever the percentages of the murderers. I think it's 1 in 20 black men will commit a murder in their lifetime. So maybe let's say that 5%.
Oh, so you're talking about black people who murder people?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
But you didn't say that.
That's
You
the
just
crime
said
problem.
blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. You didn't clarify that you were talking about black murderers.
Right. No, you're right. That's a good addition to that. That's a great point.
You think it's
backtracking
funny?
already.
Or
Yeah, I do. I think it's hilarious. I think it's totally true.
do you think a black American would find it funny? You think that blacks should be imprisoned for the most part?
Blacks are my biggest fans. I get
Yeah,
high
I wonder
fives all the
why.
time. They say,
Yeah,
Nick
with Kanye.
Fuentes, I love your show. They agree with me. And you want to know why? Here's the difference. Black people are the most victimized by other black people. You think black people want to live in the hood and the ghetto and get shot all the time? That's what happens in the south side of Chicago. You should come here. I'll take you there. We could go to Garfield Park.
My son
we could
went
go
to Chicago
Inglewood.
University for a year, actually, several years ago.
Yeah, that's a bubble. That's a bubble. You think you're in Chicago and Hyde Park? You don't know Chicago. Go a little bit west, see what it's like over there. And I'll tell you, black people agree with me because they're tired of it too. And maybe not most of them, but a lot of them agree with what I say about that because they know how it is. That's why the first thing they do when they make a little bit of money is they go and leave to another neighborhood.
Okay, so what was
They don't stick
just remind
around.
me again, the percentage of black men who commit murder in America. What was the percentage you gave me?
It's 1 in 20. 1 in 20.
It's 1 in 100.
No, it's 1 in 20.
No. Less than 1 in 100
I
black
think
US men commit.
Gadget actually debunked this. He said it was like, I think if I remember
Well,
the
yeah,
statistics,
if 1
he
in
claims like
20
there was
well,
only like a
based on-
million. Yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, Gotcha did it pretty well. He said he basically looked up the amount of murders, and basically, for that to be true, like a lot of these Afro gangsters would have to murder the same person simultaneously to like all be
Yeah,
murderers.
the numbers don't
It's
add
something,
up.
but it doesn't add common. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like in a live interview, when you talk about these specific subjects, you should either say, "Look, I don't have the numbers on me right now,"
Yeah,
or
he
like
does say
actually have
this as
a
well.
laptop to Google it, or like have like an AI site from your like.
Yeah, that's what I
document
do. I
compilation.
have the statistics saved in literally like a specific folder for crime stats. Just get my
Yeah,
dogs
yeah,
in.
but, like-
Have you got a license for these crime stats? Are you a racist? I'm gonna get the
Oh
Brit
yeah,
Bum
the thing is, like a lot of people will be turned off by like you just pulling stuff out of your rear end during like an interview when it comes to statistics. So you got to be careful with making these claims.
Murder. That's the most up-to-date crime statistics in America.
That's not true.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen other statistics. They
Alright,
say 1 in
excellent.
20 will eventually commit a murder.
Alright,
I
so
have.
Your rate
Good
means
seeing
that
the stream.
you're
No.
Like,
You,
what's
you can
his
keep
source?
playing. No, there's just two people. I was just saying hello to Exo and to Ro.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see that. I see.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
chat.
Just keep going.
But,
If I just mention them, I'm just like saying it now.
Yeah, I would say like he's just I know a study, by the way. I'm very smart. I know some study that says 1 in 20. I don't know which one, but there is a study somewhere that says 1 in 20.
Like I can get
But, like, no,
the
for-
FBI crime stat from
Also-
2013. Like I've got it on my
that
computer. I can
5
literally
times
show
as
it.
commit murder.
Yeah, that's like 12 years old, so it would be nice.
It's
to
probably
see what's
double
the
that
most up
now.
to date.
I think.
as the official crime statistics say.
Yeah, there's a report, I believe, hazard. I'll have to go and double check that for you. But yes, there's some pretty shocking evidence that says that it's far more alarming than you would think.
Okay, but you would accept that the official crime statistics are 1 in 100, or you wouldn't accept that statistic?
I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but I've seen other evidence. Like I said, Data Hazard on X, I believe, produced a report about a year ago. It said 1 in 20. But I mean, whether it's 1 in 20 or 1 in 100, that's a lot of people, Piers. I mean,
Sure,
this is
a lot
real
of white
problem.
people commit murder too. Well, they do, don't they?
Okay, but it's about proportionality. I mean, white people are 65% of the population, blacks are 13%. And I think anybody would tell you that more
Per capita. Shit. Hey, yo, why do you not understand the per capita? Don't they know that, though? What?
Well,
I'm just went
well,
into
the thing
spare
with Pierce is that even if you could like ram through the per capita to him, he would then say it's because discrimination on like bad living standards.
Yeah,
and if you
they
just
always
gave
do
more
these.
tips and
These
all that
liberals
stuff.
always say, "Oh, well, they're more like victimized." But even Nick even said, "Oh, blacks are more victimized than the other. Like the black on black crime's a lot higher than white on black crime. I think it was like statistically, it's even lower than white on black crime is even lower." Because obviously, you know, if they're in the hood, obviously if they get into a bit of money, as Nick said, you know, they go somewhere
Try to
else.
get
Like
out.
I think even there's black millionaires. I think I remember correctly, where they just end up becoming millionaires through whatever business they were doing, and they just end up going living in the white zone because they know what their own people are like.
Yeah, and basically I think Sean last tried to like kind of address the discrimination stuff by I think he found something that claimed that even wealthier blacks commit more crime than like whites. I don't remember the source, but he found something that said that. So that would be a good slam dunk against the sort of poverty causes crime.
Yeah,
narrative.
like if you remember the
But yeah,
BLM
also, you need
riots,
to
they
also
ended up.
environment.
Let me finish. If you remember the BLM riots, a lot of them ended up. Yeah,
Property
they were
damage.
looting things like, I don't know, like a TV or like shoes, and obviously if they're in poverty, don't you think they'd get like food or whatever? It's like,
Well, yeah, these things are called food riots. So usually when like a group of people is starving, they don't like chimp out and like jump energetically on a car hood. They go straight to like a food shop or whatever. They steal the food and start like eating it if they're like really starving and bony and like skinny. Like the Confederacy had those as well. If you're like really energetically like smashing stuff up, then like sorry, you have a lot of calories to spare to waste on like the chimp out.
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so that's you should like see how like rioters acting. If the rioters go straight for like food storage and start grabbing and like eating and they're like really skinny, yeah, that's a food riot. That's like starvation, extreme poverty.
more black people proportionally commit violent crime than white people, and people vote with their feet. People would rather pay a much higher property tax.
Most mass
what's
shootings.
with the interruptions?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you look at in Chicago, in New York, these neighborhoods are so stratified. People would rather pay a high tax rate. They'd rather pay a much higher property value to live in a less diverse, less black neighborhood because they don't want to live around the violence. And I think that when you look at even on
Ryan Falk said they don't like consciously choose, oh, I want to get like a pure white area. They just like look based on like the crime stats themselves and the kind of commonality of trust and low
Yeah,
amount of
it's like a
robberies and
low
stuff.
trust society. So obviously, if there's like high crime rate, obviously people are going to be more reluctant to leaving their bike out because obviously some little screw is just going to like pick it up, or you're going to have in some shops actually that the shoplifting, for example, in my area is that bad. They've actually got some of the cabinets are even locked. Well, maybe not my area specifically, but I know in like my local city, they've got like all these like containers, and you have to like, get like a key to unlock them. And like you have to have to
Well,
scarf, so you have to. It's very yeah.
Get
Obviously,
some
have
bike
to.
well, but my argument is that a lot of even like the gated community like wine liberals, they don't do it like based on like, oh, I want to go to an area with less backs. They will choose based on the crime rates, and they end up consequentially going to like I guess less diverse area.
the public transit, the subway, the blue line, you know, people don't want to go there because they know who occupies and menaces the public transit. It is these people like Daniel Penny had to deal with. It's people like Irina Zarutska had to deal with. And that's just the uncomfortable reality.
You've also said you don't want to live near black people. Let's take a listen to this clip.
I'm a new generation of white person. I'm not living around blacks. Sorry. You know, I want white kids, and I don't want my white kids bringing home black people to marry. It's racial for me. And call me racist. Oh, very Christian of you. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, it couldn't be clearer, really.
No, that's not the worst thing he could have said. The worst thing he could have said, like, I'm proud neo-Confederate. I would never live in a pure white area. Who would wipe my ass and pick my cotton? Who would serve me? Who would be my servants? A white man ought not to live without servants.
But yeah, obviously, yeah, like he just obviously just says that, you know, he just has a healthy in-group preference, and he isn't just going, oh well, like I don't completely hear that. I just want to just live near less of them.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, he says his criteria is racial to begin with. Not even like my criteria is less crime or whatever, and it happens to be in less diverse areas. He just openly says my criteria is racial. That's also a pretty hard thing to defend for like most normies.
Unless you want to say that's another of your jokes, but you're basically saying, yeah, I'm a racist, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
You're fine with saying you're a racist?
Totally. I think everybody's racist. I think everybody, if we're being honest, is racist. I think everybody, the only people that aren't racist or pretend not to be are white people to their detriment. Everybody else is racist.
But earlier in the interview, you really got aggrieved at the idea that your father was a racist. You wanted to make emphatically sure
my father's...
He's not.
Because my father doesn't share my same views on that.
So he's the exception to the everyone's a racist.
Well, everybody's a little bit racist. You're right. So maybe everybody... The difference is you're attacking my father. You know, he could get fired from his job.
I'm not attacking your father.
You are.
No, I'm not. I don't know your father. And to be clear, I have no knowledge about...
If I was Nick right now, I'd bring up the LJ Gigarelli study on like racial in-group preferences in the U.S., which kind of shows that actually whites have the least in-group preference.
Yeah, I think it was 2000.
Well, then let's leave him out of it.
I mean, I could bring
Let's leave him out of it if you don't know him.
Hang on, Nick. You put that story into the public domain on your show. I'm simply reminding you of what you told everybody, millions of people, about your father. If you now want to retract it, fine. If you want to say it was a joke, which is what your position was earlier, fine. But I'm allowed to put to you things you've said publicly. That's not unfair. That's not me targeting your father. You put that story about him out there.
You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
I'm asking you about a pretty shocking anecdote, which to me looked like you were saying your father made decisions about where you as a family would eat based on skin color of people who worked at these places. If you say, or use them, if you...
Yeah, I think we talked about last interview, like liberals, they can't comprehend other differences besides my skin cooler. You just each time they say it, you need to have like a picture of albino Africans to shove it in their face. Like, oh, is this a European?
If you say that is not what you meant, that's fine. You can respond any way you like. But the idea I can't ask you about it without you saying I'm attacking your father is ridiculous.
Well, you are, and you know what you're doing. And there's a political culture in America where if you have the wrong views, you get fired from your job. And my father has a job. And if you go on here and say you charge him with racism or something, and I'm put in a position where I don't look like I'm sticking to my guns if I don't say my father's a racist, you're putting him in jeopardy. And he's not here to defend himself or explain his views. And it's very low. And I think you know exactly what you're doing, and people can see what you're doing. I'll defend my views. And I think that, you know, so let's leave him out of it. Let's just not talk about my father because my father isn't here. I'm here.
Okay, well,
I'll
then do you
defend
accept
my
that you
views
shouldn't
and I'll
talk?
defend
Okay,
the anecdote.
listen, that's fine. But then do you accept you shouldn't talk about your father on your show? And you shouldn't tell...
Absolutely not. Absolutely
so
not.
So it's fine for you to put a story out there which would make most people who listened to that story or watched it at the time on your show conclude that he was racist. It's fine for you to do that. But if I then ask you about it, I'm the one who's being unfair and I've crossed a line. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you're being malicious.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Listen, people are watching this live. They can draw their own conclusions about whether what I just did.
And they will.
Yeah, and I'm sure afterwards, by the way, you'll say, he ambushed me with your own words. With your own words.
That's a little presumptuous. I'm not going to say it's an ambush, but I think that's a low blow. And I think you know what you're doing, and that's fine. You're a tabloid journalist. I expected that. I don't think it's an ambush because I knew it would be like this. And people will see what you're doing, and I think they'll say it's low. But as far as you want to talk about racism, I do. Let's talk about racism.
Okay,
Let's leave my dad out of it.
Look, you've admitted you're a racist, correct?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
Own it.
Okay, that's fine. You're perfectly entitled in a free democratic society to stare down the barrel of his camera and tell me you're a racist. People can judge you accordingly. Many people who have assumed that you're racist will now have heard it from your own lips. That's fine.
There you go.
That's the point. The point of this interview is to go over the things you've said, which have led people to reach conclusions about you, and to ascertain whether those conclusions are fair and reasonable or not. That's it. So I want to play you another clip. This is what you talk about why white people are justified in being racist. Let's take a listen to this.
First, white people are every single bit justified in being racist. Every single bit justified, to the extent that that means going out of your way to avoid black people when you see them.
You stand by that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh,
so white people should go out of their way to avoid black people when they see them.
I don't understand why he's so
Absolutely.
shocked.
They would be wise.
Why?
Like Pierce or Nick? Pierce.
Yeah, Pierce, because he's like, well, it's just this is kind of like another gotcha moment that I did earlier, where basically he said in the clip that like white people should go out of their way to avoid other black people, but it's like in concept, it's like, you know, you should be not only just sticking with your own, but it's also to do with
the probability of being mugged. I read something that some black professor wrote that it depends on like what clothes he's wearing. If he's wearing a suit and tie, white people are like pretty comfortable. But if he's wearing a hoodie, then
yeah, if
like,
he's wearing
really,
trackies, if he looks like a road man with like a scary
Thomas Sowell kind of commented on this. It said it's kind of statistically it's rational behavior. It's not because they like really hate him for his black skin. It's just because like statistically they've experienced that if like a black military-aged youth in like a hoodie comes up and like hides his and his face isn't visible, then there's a high chance of getting mugged or something. It's tragic. Of course, the professor did nothing wrong. He just stood in the elevator with a hoodie on, and seeing like a white woman like being really scared of him kind of made him feel bad. But yeah, that's those are the stats.
Because it's a lose. Walk the other way, you get stabbed to death and you die. If you're somebody else and you walk on the subway and you stand near a black person or something, maybe it's fine. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no, I think that white people have been beaten into submission, that we're afraid to tell the truth about it. And the truth is that when you go into these major cities like New York or Chicago, I believe she was in North Carolina, there is a menace, which is young, black, adolescent men. They're extremely violent. And we have been told that we have to pretend like they are every other person. We have to be colorblind to that. And we're supposed to go and be in the midst of all this danger. And I think that at this point, it's gotten out of control. You look at the BLM movement, they said that the reason that black people are violent, or the reason there's crime, is because of police brutality, or redlining, or all these other things. They said we need to get rid of the police. We need to defund them. And a lot of cities did. A lot of cities like Chicago, for example, the police changed the rules of engagement. They don't chase them. It's not a felony if you steal a certain amount of merchandise. They won't chase them on foot. And now the city's totally up for grabs. And now whether you're in the Gold Coast or whether you're on the Mag Mile or you're in the worst neighborhoods in the city, you might get shot, you might get mugged, someone might run up on you. And I tell my followers, it is better to be perceived as racist or racist and walk the other way and maybe keep your life than to say, I'm a good anti-racist. I don't mind that this person's making me uncomfortable. Maybe he's looking a little froggy. I'm going to sit down because I'm a good person and get stabbed, mugged, whatever. And by the way, this is a strategy. They call it the friendly stranger. There's a crew of them. They do this in Chicago. They stand outside bars, black people. They approach strangers. It's a robbery crew. And they pretend to be a friendly stranger, and then they mug them. And stupid white people say, oh, hi, yeah, nice to meet you. You know, they grin, they laugh, they put up with the nonsense, and then they get mugged, or worse. Sometimes they get executed. And so as a white person,
how do you feel about mass shootings at school?
I think they're bad.
Who do you think commits the vast majority of the mass shootings?
I'm sure it's
schools?
white people.
Like stranger stuff is they kind of walked, as far as I can remember, they walk up to you like, yeah, buddy, what's up? And then they like kind of put their hand on your shoulder and kind of force you into like a darker alleyway, and then they do their mugging.
Yeah, I think
like
I
a
saw
knife
this
in the
video
leg.
of this guy going to New York, and he ended up getting like attacked because this black guy wanted reparations. He like pushed him, and then Richard C. shot. Obviously, that wasn't like a mugging, but obviously like him just being randomly attacked. And I think in that context as well, to do with what Nick's just mentioned, with to do with obviously like he will end up hearing Pierce's mental gymnastics with per capita, which you won't understand later on. But I do think that, yeah, just the original point I just said. Obviously, I just wanted to point that out. And also to do with the BLM stuff as well. You know, what ended up happening, I think, after Chauvin and the obviously, you know, the BLM was caused by riots were caused by obviously the unlawful killing of George Floyd, and I think that people are saying that Chauvin was like racist or something, but I'm not sure, because obviously Theodore, you said something about Chauvin. Did you think he was? I think he had run-in with George before, but obviously like they were trying to claim that.
Yeah, like some bad blood history apparently.
Yeah, I think they knew
As far
each
as I
other. I think he's arrested him before. But obviously,
Mm.
they tried to spin it as him being racist, but that wasn't the case.
Yeah,
I think it was more.
and George being like a former security guard as well. Apparently, he got some job as a security
Yeah,
guard
because I looked
earlier.
at both of their backgrounds, and yeah, he did have a security job. So I think that obviously, like justifying the riots, and obviously, you know, when they defunded the police, obviously the crime went up, then rather than down. So it got
Yeah.
even worse afterwards in development. But
Surprise Pikachu face.
Right. So how do you feel about that?
I think that white people do more antisocial violence. I think black people participate in more gang violence. I think that's
Also very important is like that like school oofings are much rarer than like simple murder. Like they are.
yeah,
they're
it's
rarer.
more of like a thing. It was like the whole Columbine thing with Claire Bolts. I can't remember her name. Claire Bolts. I can't remember, but obviously Eric and Dylan. Like there was like a build up to it, and like the mother knew about it, but she didn't do anything. But she kind of said that it wasn't. She knew, she didn't really know that was going to happen, which wasn't the case. And obviously to do with like her book, and yeah, there was a lot of argument between like that preventing. But obviously those kids were like heavily bullied, and they wanted to do a school oathing, as you said. And obviously when this is brought up, it's more of a case of yeah, obviously disenfranchised men. It's kind of like with to do with adolescence, with Stephen Graham in where, well, I think I talked about this in one of my videos, where it's like the liberal thing. It's like, oh, these young white men are doing these atrocious things in school, like bringing knives, but in reality, someone like Rudaka Banner. So yeah, that's them. Pretty interesting.
violence. I think that's the difference.
What's the difference to the victims?
There's no difference to the victim, but it's a different kind of crime, and it's a different proportion also. Do you know what percentage of white people are school shooters?
I know that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools in America this century were perpetrated by young white men. And I'm
And
just
what proportion
I'm curious.
What proportion?
I'm curious whether your advice would be to people who have kids in
Wait,
these
is my
schools.
mic working?
Should they
What proportion?
should they avoid white people at school? Should people with the kids at school avoid young white men at school?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what per capita means? Do you know proportionality? There are
per
more black
capita.
people proportionally that engage in violent crime or are involved in gangs, especially in these major
Oh, what I would say is that that I would not complain about disproportionate screening of, I guess, like white autistic guys in that
Yeah,
context
like some
because the police
spag
are
or
based
maybe
different.
some transgender teen, because there was this one school oathing I think that happened in America. And there was
Well,
one.
well, yeah. Usually, what people do would like forget when talking about the per capita is they start complaining about, oh, there's like disproportionate police emphasis on looking at certain ethnic groups, and it's just because the police notice the patterns. Like, let's say most of the perpetrators in the school oofings are whites. Therefore, you would logically conclude that the police, you shouldn't really like be complain that much when the police kind of focuses on like screening white students more, statistically speaking.
Especially in these major cities, then there are white people that are school shooters compared to the entire white population, and everybody understands that.
Two-thirds of mass shootings at school perpetrated by white people.
But what proportion of white men commit school shootings? That's the question.
I've just told you. It's 60-65% of school shootings by white people.
You're telling me what proportion of school shootings are committed by white people. I'm saying what proportion of white people have committed school shootings. Are you playing dumb or are you just not that smart?
What difference does that make to the children lying dead on the ground?
See, now you want to jump on the victims. The difference is you're asking, would you fear white people or black people? And that's the difference. The difference is in terms
what I'm saying
of
to you is by your logic, if we now have agreed that the vast majority of mass shootings in schools are committed by white people and predominantly young white men, then presumably your advice would be to avoid young white men because they perpetrate these massacres. But it won't be because they're white, right?
So are you playing dumb or are you actually dumb?
Maybe
it's
I'm
about
dumb.
proportionality.
Maybe I'm dumb.
You are because you're, well, I don't think you are dumb. I think you're smart actually, but you're deliberately avoiding per capita. And everybody knows that's the difference. What proportion of white men are school shooters?
It's basically to do with the whole per capita thing. Basically, if I took, let's say, 100 black people and I took 1,000 white people, despite being only 100, they're going to be more than per capita. They're going to be majority of shooting. Maybe Theodore could sort the math out there, but that's like an example of how per capita works.
Well, and like Pierce is kind of forgetting his point or being disingenuous here, because the point is that people avoid certain demographics or groups because of the commonality of certain crimes they commit. But if, let's say, the school oofings are like really rare, then people wouldn't like instinctively register that that sort of ethnic group with like being dangerous. Like they're not as common as of course, yeah, like street mugging or like street killing or just like random murder. I can like ask Grok for the stats on that.
Yeah, but
probably 0.00001%. What proportion of black men have committed violent crimes? It's probably like 5%. I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but it's very high. And I would add to that, even as it concerns schools, why do you think parents pay a super high property tax to live in a school district where there's white people? Because they know that if they go to the black school, it's going to be the Bloods and the Crips. It's going to be gangs. It's going to be, you talk about school shootings. Nobody talks about all the school shootings that are committed by gangbangers in and around the school and all the other violence that's associated with that. I mean, these schools in the south side of Chicago, it's just not livable.
I have an answer for you, Nick. So the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings is actually the same for black and white.
For white people, the proportion of
the proportion
again,
of the population.
Are you hearing it? No.
See, I think the trouble with your statistics is a lot of them don't bear much scrutiny. We have a bunch of fact checkers checking all this in real time.
Yes,
because you do have a tendency to just come out with a lot of old baloney. And when you say,
okay,
well, it's true. And when you're confronted with reality, you don't like it.
What's the figure? What proportion of white people have?
Funnily enough, Grok is doing the same Gesh galloping as Pierce. It refuses to answer the question. It just says 65% of the oofers are white. Not what percentage of the white population does that.
Ask it if it's per capita, because
school shootings.
See if it
Denominator and white people that have percentage.
For both black and whites, the proportion of the population who carry out mass shootings generally is about the same.
No, tell me the number, and then
the only focus of your attention
you got understand per
is
capita.
the black shootings, the black crime. You don't want to live around black people. You want to avoid black people. You don't want interracial marriages or relationships that may produce black people. And yet, when I point out to you that there are many parts of crime in America where actually there's a majority of white people that perpetrate them, you don't care. You don't have any interest in that. It doesn't exercise your mind. Maybe because
no one's buying this.
Have
this
kids.
Argument lost. No one is buying this. Everybody understands per capita, and
yeah, per capita it's also like more white people according to Grok.
Capita, and people can even see what you race ahead and say, well, we're comparing the proportion of white and black school shooters. I said, no, compare the proportion of school shooters that are white versus violent criminals that are black, because that was the basis of the monologue, is that you're very likely, if you encounter black people or a young black man in the city, that you're going to be the victim of a violent crime, of a robbery, a mugging, a car theft, a carjacking, or a murder. That's the difference, and it's about proportionality, and everybody sees past that because we all live in reality. You want to talk about product of your environment. People that live in New York, Chicago, LA, we live in reality. We live in this environment and we see what it's like. And the threat, the danger in terms of probability it's not even comparable. And I would say this to your point. If you're in a high school and truly, if you see a white person who looks like a little autistic, he's got the SSRI stare and he reaches for a backpack, people joke and say, run. Similarly, if you see a jalopy pulling up with a bunch of black people in it and they got their pants around the ankles, you're going to run also. And I'm saying the same thing. The difference is the latter happens much more often. It's much more common. In Chicago, there's like 10,000 carjackings and car thefts every day. It's in the thousands. It happens all the time. How many mass shootings committed by autistic SSRI white people? I don't even know. I mean, it's probably in the single digits in the last decade in this city. That's the difference, and everybody knows that. But you're really just trying to carry water for liberal ideology. It's an ideological position.
No, I'm really not. I can absolutely say, yes, there is way too much black on black crime, for example, involving guns in Chicago.
And black on white also.
Yes, but there is way too much gun violence in Chicago, right? I mean, it's indisputable. I've got no problem saying that. The difference is I don't then lead myself into a thought process where I have to avoid all black people in case they shoot me. And you've already conceded that you are a racist. So when people hear you then say, I don't want to be living anywhere near black people, they already have heard you say, I'm a racist, so they assume you're doing that because of people's skin color. I don't think you would probably dispute that, right?
Well, you're separating two different things. The monologue, when I said I don't want to live around black people, that was after Irina Zarutska got shot. And it's true. I mean, they are a largely in this city, in Chicago, the South Side, the West Side, huge criminal population, and I don't want to live anywhere near it. And I want to live in a white neighborhood. I think that that's extremely desirable, and I think even
Nick,
black people do.
Nick, you're perfectly entitled to that view. But when you have obviously prefaced all this by saying, I am a racist, unashamedly, then people will assume that all your thought process...
I'll have to give Pierce props here. Obviously, like, if you call yourself a racist and then you go on about all these other things, you're kind of showing a little bit of a bias. But it's like, I don't think Nick's lying here. And I do think that, obviously, Pierce is pushed in against the whole liberal idea. He says he's not, but you can tell, like, liberals just do not understand. Like, the last stream we did with that Liam Tough, he just did not understand, like, I've got a black friend. His name's Football. He's best in that department. And it's just like, he clearly wants to be PC. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that Pierce is again he just does not understand per capita. Again, it's a thing they just avoid. But obviously, Nick is showing his little bit of a bias. I would say. What do you think, Theodore?
I'm trying to get the AI to give me like data.
Yeah, are you trying to? Well, you need to get one uncensored, man, because I'm pretty sure Grok's censored. If you ask it anything racial, it'll just. Like, I've seen people generate images of different
I will
country
extrapolate
flags.
and calculate it myself. It's probably like 0.1 or 0.0. It's like really minuscule. Probably it says like it's like a really small number if you just took it from the whole white population. Because yeah, school things are like relatively rare compared to other, killings.
Yeah, like I said, we already made
Yeah, we
that.
shouldn't say the word. Things.
No, we're good. It's I'll tell you if anything's too spicy. If I say spicy, just move.
You can't say the K word on YouTube.
Thingy. Ro said you should use it on Yandex. I think they've got an AI.
And that's like a Russian thing, I think.
Yeah, it's a Russian thing. But before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just gonna go quickly get a cup of tea. Very British of me, and get right back. Let me just pause the stream real quick. I'll turn this down.
Why that statistic is hard to calculate because like in the current year you can't stay like in 2020
Right, we are back.
25 like this percentage of school oofers or white people are school oofers because if you have a school oofer from the year 1965 and he's still alive he would be like a part of the white population. This is the Yandex AI.
Yeah,
You
you
want to
could try
continue the
that.
stream?
Yeah, if you want to continue trying to do per capita research.
Processes about all of these issues are driven by an aversion to people based on their skin color, which is the purest personification of racism.
Well, it's not an aversion. I would say it's the opposite. I like my own people. My own people are familiar to me, and I think that's true across the board. I think that people seek out other people that are like themselves, and every other group does this, whether it's blacks, Hispanics, Asians. I get a lot of attacks when I talk about that I'm against interracial marriage. And what's funny is that every other group is against interracial or interethnic marriage. Jews,
But you're the
Chinese,
you're the product of an
Hispanics.
interracial marriage.
Yeah, I mean, that's debatable.
Not
Let's
really.
say for the sake
Not
of argument,
really.
sure.
No, you're the product of an interracial marriage. And your father is part Mexican. You're literally,
For the sake
you're
of
literally
argument, we
the
can
very
say
person you've just told me you want to avoid.
What race is Hispanic? Is that a race?
Well, what do you think it is?
I'm asking you, what race is Hispanic?
Well, I think I've got a meme in my folder. Well, it's kind of a meme that like shows like the different races of Latin. I might actually share this actually because it's quite interesting. But Because I wasn't
seen
going to
some
pull up
like
stats because it's very like annoying to do midstream. I think maybe I can make something in OBS as like a slide, but yeah, you do know everything, don't you, bro? You know every possibility. I've got it. That's it. Yeah, it was like the races of Latin America.
Yandex is saying that the responses are made to be safe, and this question is not a safe question. And DuckDuckGo says it's complicated, and he'll try to look for some studies, but there's no concrete data.
Well, I found it uncensored AI, but before I go into it, yeah, there's different races of Latin American. Some of like apparently the Gringo has the like the closest one. I mean, there's one more. Obviously, this is like a meme format, but that's kind of like the types on there.
Hispanic, of course, it's a race. It's called Hispanic.
It's a mix between two races.
I forgot to mention a charming that Nick's probably has higher European admixture.
It's a mix between indigenous Americans
it's not white,
and Europeans.
though, is it? It's not white.
Well, you're more of a racial purist than me. You got like
not
a
really. You just keep saying you only want to live in a white neighborhood, but you're literally from a mixed race background yourself. You've literally got Mexican blood.
I know, and I live in a non-white neighborhood too. I'm trying to get out of here, though. But I'm trying to get out. But here's the thing:
Do you have any non-white? Do you have any non-white friends? Genuine question.
Most of my friends are non-white. Most of my friends are not, and non-white people love my show because they respect the honesty.
How many of your friends are black?
Many of them, like at least a dozen.
Wow.
Ye being one who you know, Sneeko being another who you also know.
Yeah. So how do they feel?
Even uncensored AI says that 54% of the shootings have been done by whites, but doesn't say what percentage of the white. The AIs don't answer them.
And so how do they feel when you say you just want to be away from any black people?
Maybe it just doesn't
away
understand
from
Well, you know what Ye told.
Ironically.
Like it's very clear to say what percentage of whites have done school oofings, not what percentage of school oofings have been done by whites.
I'll tell you verbatim what he said. That it doesn't come from a place of, and you use the word aversion. That's the first thing I'll actually dispute.
Okay.
It's not an aversion on the basis of skin color, because that would seem to suggest it's like a stubborn, irrational bigotry. I don't consider myself a bigot. I consider myself a racial realist. I'm realistic about how the races are.
Taylor 2.0, ladies and gentlemen.
Speak provocatively about instincts and tendencies as human beings. And I'm not a liberal ideologue that says that over time and with enough education, we're all going to see this great brotherhood where we're colorblind and everybody's the same. You know, I don't think that's ever going away. I think that race is real. It's not just skin deep. It matters to us and it matters to each other. And black people know that, and Hispanics know that, and Asians know that. And people like me that have partial Mexican ancestry, we know that too. And I think on that basis, we can have mutual respect and understanding, not aversion based on skin color.
The reason I use the word aversion is you literally said that you should walk the other way if you see black people. That is an aversion to black people based on their skin color.
No, that's called economy of information. That's economy of information. That's safety. And I said in the same monologue, if you watch it, it's like, I feel sorry. The problem is you clip the 10 seconds. I don't know if you watched the whole show, but in that monologue, I said, most black people are not violent or criminals. I said, and it's unfortunate that we're going to offend them when we turn and walk the other way. I said, but the problem is we don't know. We can't tell. And someone like Irina Zarutska, she sat down in front of a black man with her headphones in and wasn't paying attention because she was being a good liberal and said, I'm not uncomfortable by this. I'm progressive. Then she got stabbed in the neck. And I said, it's unfortunate that you would have to sit behind the black man to be safe. And if he's not violent or schizophrenic, he might be offended by that. I said, but I would rather offend him than die.
How many deranged white men have committed atrocious acts of murder in the last 10 years in America?
Proportionally, far fewer.
But how many?
Fewer.
How many? Do you know how many?
You have a research team. You pull it up.
I mean, you're very big
on.
You're obviously extremely exercised by that one story, which was horrific for the record. Absolutely.
Well, there's more stories than this because obviously Pace has been like very arrogant, but it's more like there's more stories. You know, there was the that one Ukrainian refugee in America who got stabbed in the neck. Also, ironically, sat behind the woman who, like, you know, this black guy on a train pulled a knife out and just ended up like gashing her in the neck. And then there's like other ones, like for example.
Yeah, if you assume a similar rate for the decade that for like other decades, as per the last decade, you would get like 0.00001. Like it would be like 0.0015% of white people commit school oofings. Like it's really.
And as well, to do it, like, this is what Pace is on about, like, to do with stabbings, you know, like, the range, like, because I met, like, some, like, very schizo, like, whites as well, in my, like, my past, and, like, a very weird artist that I think would probably do a school oofing, but I think that it's probably a rare occasion. Obviously not in the UK, but obviously this is, like, for, like, America. But yeah, I think that's the thing. I think that people are kind of normalizing this type of violence against whites as well. Like, it's just like, yeah, the liberal would probably rather have that happen to them than be called a racist. I think, and I think that the in-group preference thing, when it was asked, obviously, yeah, clearly, like, whites need to be a bit more tribal, I think.
Horrific and should never have happened. The person who perpetrated that evil act had a string of previous offences and should have been picked up more, and it should have been amplified more. I completely concur with all of that. But I just suspect you have no idea how many white people have committed similar crimes, do you?
No, because I know it's far fewer from experience.
Okay.
Because it's like you said. Well, and hang on, and I would add to that, you know, Irina Zarutska wasn't the first one. That was also after Austin Metcalf was killed in Texas.
Sure.
After
But
Carmelo
how many
Anthony
times has it
stabbed
been
him in the neck.
perpetrated by white people?
Well, hang on. Let me finish my point.
But you're
And then
implying
not
that
only
white
did-
people don't do this. And my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is of course,
Oh, I never said white people don't do
Of course,
it.
deranged white people commit heinous acts. But you don't either know,
disagreement.
you neither know nor care, or maybe both. Maybe you do know but don't care. You only seem to be focused on black people who commit crimes. And again, if you hadn't prefaced the whole debate about racism by openly conceding you are a racist, I could read other connotations into what you've been saying. But once you've said, I'm a racist, and then you only talk about black crime, I think people can watch this and they can say, yeah, he's a racist. And everything that he says about crime is driven through the prism of being a racist who judges people according to their skin color.
Well, it's funny because it's quite on the contrary. And I said this in a similar monologue. You know, the problem is not that I wake up and I walk down the street and I see someone that doesn't look like me and it makes me angry. The problem is there's a pattern of behavior, which we've all seen.
It's also to do with the oxytocin in the brain. I think neurologically that people are just kind of hardwired to like each other, regardless of what their beliefs are. So, for example, if you see someone who doesn't look like you, your brain's you're gonna increase your oxytocin levels, and then you're gonna be like, oh, okay, well, I see a bit of danger, and it isn't like it isn't a judgment. It's just basically like an instinct, like survival instinct. So obviously, it sounds, some liberals would say that that's like a bit messed up, but I do think that where Pace is coming off is that like he's just Nick is focusing just basis on the skin.
Oxytocin? Did you say oxytocin?
Oxytocin. It's like a chemical in the brain.
I think that's the love hormone, though.
Oxytocin? It was probably one of the chemicals. I'm pretty sure it was the correct one.
Maybe something with anxiety, like dopamine.
Yeah, maybe
Plays a role
dopamine.
in
Either way.
social bonding, love, reproduction, and childbirth.
Yeah, but
Ultimately,
obviously, if you
love hormone.
see someone like who doesn't look like you, your brain's gonna respond differently.
Yeah, sure.
That's the point I was trying to make. But obviously, if I get the
I
chemical
understand,
wrong,
yeah.
pretty sure it's the right one though.
Blacks in America have become narcissistic, and they become narcissistic because they've been told they're victims of racism, they're victims of slavery. They've been told really there's no accountability. if they're rude, if they're inconsiderate, if they're criminal, they are told that they have no agency for their actions. They're being told, if you act in this way, it's because the white man made you that way. It's because the system's rigged against you. And so we have been telling black people this for a generation, and now there's no rules. Now they go, and what we hate to see as decent people, not even as white people, but decent people, even black people too, what we hate to see is rudeness, obnoxiousness, inconsideration, criminality, violence, and that's that pattern of behavior that we see all over social media. On
So
the
just to
body
be clear,
cam footage,
you
on
don't like
cops.
you don't like black people who play the victim and are rude. Is that your position?
I don't like that pattern of behavior.
And who are narcissists?
I see where this is going.
Yeah,
Are
you're
you
ahead
going
of
to
me.
turn this around on
You're
me?
ahead of me, aren't you? Because when I said
Very
what
clever.
black friends have you got, you said
I
yay.
am kind of black,
Yay.
aren't I?
No, not that. You said,
Oh, yay
I'm not
also.
saying you. I'm just saying your choice of black friend is Ye, who is arguably the #1 black victimhood narcissist in America.
The irony.
Do you understand the problem? So he's your friend. He's one of the very few black people you want to be associated with, but he's the epitome of what you just said you abhor about narcissistic black people.
I disagree. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why. Because Ye, if you've ever met him in real life,
I have, yeah.
Okay, well then you know he's nothing but polite, considerate.
Actually, he was very rude to me the last 2 times I interviewed him. He's a supreme narcissist, and he's also.
Well, you keep interrupting me. You're very rude. Are you black?
I
Because you're being very
apologise.
rude by
I
interrupting me right
apologise
now.
to you.
I'm giving you a hard time, but look,
okay,
I
you're
do
not
want to
giving me a
finish
hard
my
time.
point. I do want to finish my point about Ye.
It's gonna make a Sora AI edit where Pierce turns into an afro and starts speaking Bubonics.
It reminds me of that meme
I'm
where
calling
like,
Fuentes
oh yeah,
massive.
here's this celebrity that they were what they would look like if they were black or Chinese.
Well, with for example Trudeau, we don't have to imagine. He did it before AI. He did the paint before the AI. Currently in
Who did?
Aladdin costume.
Who did?
Out of all things.
Trudeau.
Justin Trudeau.
Oh yeah, I forgot he did blackface. That's like kind of based. Because I tried to look up if he actually did it, and it's like an AI, but no, it's actually real.
Yeah, he didn't have AI in the 1980s. African Aladdin. Insert bike theft joke, haha.
Point about Ye, he is a guy. He is a guy who, when I was with him, very polite, and by the way, not violent. When you look at all the rappers that are in the music game, many of them, especially from Chicago, drill rap, they're talking about killing people, shooting people, they gangbang. He notably, if you know about him, he got his start because he was a nerd. He wore a backpack and a polo, and he wasn't a gangbanger. He rapped about his feelings and girls and his dreams and his ambitions. So no, and by the way, he would tell me all the time, he doesn't even feel black. They make him feel not black because he doesn't do those things, because he's soft-spoken, because he's artistic, because he's a bit of a nerd or likes fashion. So I would disagree. He's actually not like that at all. Well, we're talking
he's also a Hitler-loving anti-Semite. And we're going to take a little commercial break here, and we're going to come back and talk about anti-Semitism and your views about Jewish people, and indeed what Ye said about the same subject matter. Angel Studios are back with a new must-see documentary. It's called Thank You, Dr. Fauci. And you're going to hear a lot more about it over the next few months. Award-winning filmmaker Jenna First digs into the origins of COVID-19, a possible bio-arms race with China.
I took the Johnson &
It's
Johnson.
about history's biggest public health cover-up. Sort of right-wing outbreak. And if you've ever wondered what doors, you'll want to see it. Angel Studios is powered by its guild members, voting on real stories. You can find out more at angel.com.
You are?
Why did you skip back?
No. We'll just get past.
Answered emphatically that you don't hate all Jews. Is that correct? That's your position?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to play you this clip.
Well, I don't hate any Jews. Let me just amend that. I don't hate any Jews.
Okay, let's play this clip.
The reason I've had it is because...
Sorry, Fredo, what was that?
I was asking Fuentes through the screen, through the time, if he didn't even hate George Soros. As a joke.
I think he's been asked on
Probably.
that before. I'm not sure what it
That's,
was.
even like Jordan Belfort, who did stock scams, he doesn't hate any Jew. Wow, he's so
My
philo-Semitic. Jews can do no wrong.
Opposition to
Yeah, he's always
world
following.
Jewry and Israel is rooted in absolute, uncontestable fact. We have the truth on our side. That's why we're winning. Because we are telling the truth about the historical antagonism between Jews and Europeans, between Jews and Christians. The theological, historical, racial, cultural, and political antagonisms between organized Jewry and the Christians, organized Jewry and Europeans. And the reason that we are winning that argument is because it's real, it's true. I can prove it. I can show you. I can name the names. I can show you the paper trail, the money. That is why we're winning. That is why all of this is raising the consciousness.
When you say you have this opposition to world Jewry, I mean, it's one thing to criticize, for example, the Israeli government over what it's been doing in Gaza. I've done that myself. When you talk about world Jewry, I presume you're talking about the 15 million Jews in the world, and you are opposed to them. How does that square with your position that you don't hate any Jews?
Said that when a girl rejected him, he saw behind the corner that George Soros was giving the girl that rejected him a pack of dollar bills.
Yeah, who was this?
As a bribe.
Yeah, it didn't.
It was based Groiper 1487, who told me that George Soros paid girls not to date him because he was too based and dangerous for their agenda.
That's
well, do you
very,
take issue?
Very interesting.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy. If when a woman rejects you, it's their fault in triple parentheses, if you know what I mean. They probably paid the girl off not to accept your proposal.
With my use of the term world Jewry.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Do you take issue with it? Do you have a problem with that?
Clarify what you mean by it.
Well, it's funny you bring that up. The gaslighting's crazy because I use that expression on my show all the time. I say organized Jewry, world Jewry. And do you know that for like 30 years, the World Jewish Congress has an annual keynote called the State of World Jewry? Barry Weiss has given it. You can look it up. It's on YouTube. She gives the State of World Jewry address.
But Nick, what do you mean by it?
I mean, you have to talk about.
Mr. Wu would like to join our stream.
What you mean, like in? You mean like joining, like talking?
Yeah.
He can join, but he has to behave. Like, I mean, I trust him enough, obviously, but it's just like that. Just tell him to not say anything like bannable.
Yeah, he's listening to us live.
I know, but like, you can join, but just like keep it real, dude.
Yeah, don't say the K word. Don't
yeah,
say
I filtered him in the
slurs.
chat, but if he says it on live, I'll have to delete the replay.
Yeah.
But no, like, I mean, I trust him enough, but it's just
We
like
keep kosher. We don't eat any haram food here. We don't do anything haram.
Well, I mean,
there's a concept.
Do you want?
What do we have to
wanna,
move it to white chat?
Do you want to move it? I mean, it'd be interesting to have him on. I think we have had a number before on his page.
When something, Mr. Wu, when you say something like uncivilized or something, we'll just leave and return to private.
Right.
We don't want to do anything stupid on YouTube. We respect the guidelines.
Right. Chat will just £16. Sorry, chat. I'll just I'll go in eventually. There we go. Right, am I in the chat? There we go. Hi, bro. Are you watching the stream? Because I can literally hear me in the background.
Yeah, take the echo off. Eliminate echo. It's really bad for stream.
Of Jewish peoplehood. It's the sense that they are part of a common nationality, a common tribe, a common people. And so where they reside in Israel, the United States, or Europe, or elsewhere, they see each other above or maybe on a different level alongside their nationality, their their state, wherever they reside. If they're in Germany, France, the United States, they see themselves as part of a transnational nation, of an international nation. The Jews in America, the Jews in Israel, they identify as Israeli or American, but they also have something in common. They identify as part of a common nation, which I would say there's a world Jewish population. It's world Jewry. And world Jewry has representatives. There is such a thing as the World Jewish Congress, where they actually elect, it's democratic, all the local Jewish organizations elect representatives to represent proportionally the Jewish population in their area at the World Jewish Congress. And it's sort of like Davos. It's like the World Economic Forum, but it's exclusively for members of the Jewish nation that exists across the world. And so that's a real thing. And I didn't make that up, and that didn't come from 4chan. It's like I said in that clip. I read what they write. I read their books. I watch these speeches. I watch a speech from Barry Weiss. I pay very close attention. So that's what I mean by that. There is such a thing as it's a nation that exists across borders on a global scale. They're organized, and they have a national self-interest as that nation, as that tribe.
So if you don't hate any Jews, what do you like about them?
I like a lot of things about them. I think they're funny. I think they're smart. I think that they're pretty remarkable people. And as Christians, especially as Catholics, we say they're remarkable. And this has been adjudicated in Catholic doctrine for thousands of years. We say that they're a witness people. And so we actually, there's provisions inside of Catholic doctrine that says we need to give them
Mr. Ru, again, the echo. You need to really fix your audio system.
Special protections because they were a witness to Christ's passion. So, this is why you can't clip the show. You have to watch the whole thing. I say this repeatedly in interviews. I do think they're remarkable. By definition, they're exceptional people. It's just that there is a sort of natural opposition between them and Christians because of the theology. We believe that Christ is a Messiah. They don't. They have been a minority in Christian lands for thousands of years, and they have been pushed around and expelled, and they've been persecuted and segregated. And that's why there's a lot of paranoia. There's a lot of distrust. There's maybe some sense of chauvinism among Jewish people. So there is, like I said in that clip, there is an historical antagonism between these two peoples, between Christendom and Jewry, and that has always been the case in Europe. But I don't hate them, and I think I actually sort of understand them in a weird way. I think that because I've studied a lot of their politics, I think I really kind of know them in a way, and it doesn't come from a place of hatred.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
I do. I have many, yes.
But that's weird because you said this.
Jews and Christians have never been friends, ever. Not since Jesus Christ fought with the Pharisees. Have we ever been friends? Not since Saul was leading the charge persecuting the Christians. Not since the Roman Empire, not since the Middle Ages. Never. We've never been friends. We've never been allies. We've always been set against each other, actually. And even here in the United States, it was communist Jews who were the architects of both communism and the civil rights laws that are dispossessing white.
Bro, your microphone's doing it again, dude.
My microphone or Mr. Ru's microphone?
I know.
Like,
I don't know why.
If you want commentary, dude, just basically just like unmute and then just like speak just for now. So like just mute and then if you want to speak, kind of like a push to talk if you can do that, but.
All right, that's fine.
Because it'll yeah, thank you.
That's a good place to pause, actually. Yeah. Well, I would say that like a very important thing I analyzed when I did my like
and in
analysis
civilization.
of Hitlerism.
The Jews and Christians.
Okay. Well, basically, the Jews that join Bolshevik movements, they tend to like actually reject their kind of identity as Jews most of the time, especially the religious identity. They're like atheists, and when they come across like a religious Jew, they will persecute them because religion is the opiate of the masses, and the Bolshevik society needs to be de-religionized. So, like for any like dumb Wignats in the audience, like if you see some like Jewish religious school student, don't like attacking him or harassing him won't achieve anything against leftism or communism. Like he's against it, and like he will be persecuted when the Bolsheviks come to power. So like don't do stupid stuff and don't like
Yeah, because
collectively
we were
blame the Jews.
debating the thing about the Bolsheviks, and obviously there was a lot on what like Trotsky said about the whole like Jewish identity thing to do with like they were like atheist Jews, I think, like quite similarly to.
Well, I don't think it was specifically Trotsky. Yeah, he was like scientific atheism, especially like after Stalin came to power. You saw like the Bezbozhnik cover. They mocked the Jewish religion a lot. If they had been some like Jewish supremacist state, they wouldn't have done that. They would have like made exceptions, like Christians bad, but Jews are exempt from like the anti-religious persecution, which was not the case, obviously.
Mm.
Yeah, they're just
never been friends ever, except
right
for you and your Jewish friends.
Yeah, so easy. As peoples, as nations.
Got it.
Not saying every individual Christian, and of course there have been Christians and there have been Christian converts to Judaism, Jewish converts to Christian. You're nodding your head, but you're asking this. I'm saying as peoples, they've never been aligned.
As a Roman, I'm a
antagonism.
Catholic like you, and I have many Jewish friends. And I'm just trying to compute what you're trying to say, which is Jews and Christians have never been friends ever. And I'm like, well, you have Jewish friends, I have Jewish friends, we're both Catholics, therefore we're Christians. Sort of doesn't really quite add up.
Well, like I said, as peoples, there has been an historical antagonism as peoples. And you could even say the same about blacks in the United States. Of course, there were black and white people that were friendly with each other, but in many ways, they were set against each other as groups. And I think that's easy enough to understand.
The reason that many people think you're anti-Semitic is that you have regularly downplayed the Holocaust, and in particular, the number of Jewish people who were murdered by the Nazis. It's been said that you believe no more than several 100,000 have been killed. And I want to play you this clip.
People talk about, well, what about the gas chambers? Well, to the extent that that's real, I find that hard to believe, but to the extent that's real, there have been atrocities committed and genocides committed in all times and all places. Let's acknowledge why Hitler casts the long shadow. Because that confers a political benefit upon Jews. That's why.
It doesn't really sound correct to me. Wait a second. It takes 1 hour to cook a batch of cookies, and you have 15 ovens, probably in 4 different kitchens, right? Doing 24 hours a day, every day for 5 years. How long?
Oh yeah, he was like taking questions, and they snuck that in. He like started reading it and analyzing it autistically.
Would it take you to make 6 million? I don't know. It certainly wouldn't be 5 years, right? The math doesn't seem to add up there.
I mean, this one's a really dumb argument because I guess it asserts that the Holocaust historians claim that the 6 million were oofed in the chambers, which is no. There's a lot of just mass shootings on the Eastern Front where they just buried them in ditches. I don't want to go too graphic there, but it was like no one claims that 6 million were gassed. Like they were killed, but not like gassed and like I guess the most extreme and dumb Wignats would claim that like that the mainstream Holocaust historians claim that specifically Auschwitz killed like 6 million, which is like no, that's not the actual argument. Yeah, it's no, it's total kill.
Doesn't seem to add up there.
You think that's funny?
Gonna grill him.
Oops.
We have Obama in
It's
the
funny.
chat.
It's amusing what you're doing because
do have Obama in
you
the
know that
chat.
one was a joke. But do you want to talk seriously about the
Do you think?
Holocaust?
Yeah, I do
We can
actually.
be
I
very
mean, I
serious.
do because I just find it extraordinary that you would think the Holocaust could ever be something that we could joke about.
Why? Too soon? Is it too soon to make jokes?
How many people do you think died in the Holocaust? How many Jewish people?
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe 7 million. What's the number? 6 million, something like that.
So you
8 million?
You concede that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust?
Possibly more. Possibly, we're discovering all the time.
It's backtracking, yeah.
Yeah, he almost did 6-7.
Yeah, he would say like 69, but I think like even for him, like even he understands that if he made like these like edgy jokes at this point, like a lot of the audience that he's trying to win over would say like, no, that's just disgusting. That's beyond scope.
Yeah,
And I don't
well, I mean,
think
he's never really been that serious. I mean, I've never really watched much of him, but my impression is, well, obviously, none of his ideas are his own, right? He adopted it from a bunch
yeah,
of
he took
other.
some 4chan meme that said, hey, the chimneys were put there after the war. Hey, hey, hey.
Yeah, and like he'll water it down for like light
Normal
alt-right
audiences.
audience, or just like even now after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, that has opened like a huge bat, right, for
Well, before that, he was like really vitriolic against Charlie because obviously the pro-Israel stance he had.
Yeah, but as he'll probably, what I predict is that he'll become more and more mainstream, and like he'll get less and he'll like be like more of like a pushover as time goes.
Maybe he'll like say like, look, guys. Actually, well, he's already saying that they need to like make coalition with like left liberals and like populists. And then he's gonna go like, well, actually, Israel does serve our national interests in the Middle East. Actually, the
it'll just change his
the
tune.
Islamists are threats.
Well, yeah, that's just because he's an idiot. That's just because he's an idiot.
I mean that would be called a grifter.
Well, I don't even think he's being serious in anything he says. I think that there's like some post irony there. But
right. Anyway, we'll continue.
So it could be, maybe even be more than that.
So why have you doubted the numbers in the past?
I'll tell you why. I really think that every death is a tragedy, however many Jewish people died in the Holocaust. And I'm not a World War II historian, so I'm actually open to believing the official narrative, and I've read some of the conspiracy theories. And to tell you the truth, it's a rigorous debate. But what's interesting about this is in many countries, it's not even legal to talk about it. And that's really where my interest in the Holocaust begins and sort of ends, to tell you the truth, is that if you wanted to question the number, you would be put in jail in about, 17 or 18 European countries. And I think that's really the more interesting conversation.
18 to like 22.
Which is that this is almost like a religious dogma
like
in
Germany
the West. No other genocide, no other atrocity is treated like this. Could you imagine if in the United States they said the number of Palestinians killed in Gaza is 100,000, and if you don't say that, you're going to jail, you're banned on X, you can't have a job? That's the part that's totally insane. And a lot of people, they can't even make up their minds. I think it's actually done a disservice. If your goal, and I'm not saying you as Piers Morgan, but if your goal, if you're an advocate for awareness about this, if your goal is to convince everybody that this is the way the Holocaust happened, I think the last thing you'd want to do is say that everyone that disagrees is in jail and is banned and you're not allowed to say it. So there's really been no open debate about the subject since the scholarship started to be produced about 60 years ago.
But there is no debate to be had about the number of people who were murdered. Even the Nazis, in the trials after the war confirmed the numbers. The amount of documentation that was recovered, notwithstanding the attempts by the Nazis to destroy it, the amount of documentation that was saved and preserved and used for trials and for historical record is unprecedented in the history of mass slaughter of human beings. So we have a very clear idea of how many people were gassed to death in the gas chambers. We have a very clear idea of how many were starved to death, were kept in ghettos, died of disease, of forced labor, of death marches. We know how many Jews were slaughtered. It's at least 6 million. What's interesting to me is that you appear to now concede that, which may be news to a lot of your regular viewers who have constantly heard you quibble with the number of Jews who died in the Holocaust. And for the record, just to confirm what I...
Interesting that he didn't claim the torture argument, where I think even Ryan Falk dug that up, where he claimed that the people on trial were like the confessions were extracted via torture or something.
Yeah,
He's
I
just
think there
going,
was
like,
something in
full-
the trials, people like being, unless you confess to this and you did this, then you'd be hanged. So they got
Zola
confessions out
Stern
of
also
people.
claims. I need to go fact check this if I want to like actually definitively make that claim, but yeah. I also need another toilet break. I'm not like feeling well tonight.
Stressing.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
trying
I'm
to
gonna
bring
go.
enough energy. I've been quite okay
Yeah,
so
it's
far.
yeah. No, I'll just come back in a minute and I'll continue the stream.
You want a break? Do you want to go now? Vito? Okay, well, we'll take a quick break and then So I'll just put this back on, so we'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, I think what me and Rio were talking about was to do with like I mentioned Margoth because he was talking about school oathings, and then I was talking about how basically Margoth Review, he's like this like YouTube. I think this is this guy from the UK, lives in Ukraine, I think, and basically he was talking about serial killers then and now, in Britain, like to do with the Mars killings and a few other serial killers within the UK, and obviously, a lot of people nowadays are focused on the disenfranchised young white person, like for example, Jamie from the series that I brought up in the stream, and I think Ro was talking about obviously a lot of school oathings in America, and obviously why they happen, and the statistics, and why they only focus on disenfranchised young white men rather than the rate of like someone like, for example, Rebecca Banner, who was reported, and I've also talked about in videos where Rebecca Banner would basically, his dad was also involved in genocides in especially Rhodesia, and as well to do, well, maybe it runs in the family, but I think it was more to do in the case of like they never focused. They kind of labeled him as like a quiet choir boy who would do singing and all these other things, and he ended up with we got reported by CPS Crown Prosecution Service about all of these he had rice in to make BTF containers, so to speak, and
it seems like
Yeah.
Fedor.
Right, I'm
It
back.
seems like
Hear me?
Fedor is back.
Ramley. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
back. Okay, so we can
The
resume.
reason why I had to go to the loo for so long is because Soros personally
I think you
injected
told
me
me
with something.
at least 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Well, no, I said it could even be higher than
Well,
that.
it could be higher. That is
I think
true.
it's at least.
But you
I think you're
accept
right.
at
It is
least.
at least. Oh, it's at least 6 million. But it
Okay.
could be 100
Well,
times
people
more
are going
than
to be
that.
okay. The people are going to be.
Let me respond to the rest of your question.
Sure.
What you're saying, I understand where you're coming from when you say it has been documented and there are confessions and.
I think I know what meme he's doing. He's doing like the accelerationists.
Yeah,
The Holocaust
that's what I
accelerationist
was
joke.
thinking of.
Yeah, I remember a 4chan thread literally talked about this. Man, I'm so stupid. I didn't pick up on it earlier. 100 times, like 600 million. Wow. And it's like the same accelerationist trick. What Joel Davis used to troll Israel supporters, where he said that like Australia should just give all of its GDP to Israel, and then normies start like questioning. Okay, but like, why are we giving as much as we are giving? Like, what is the barrier, or what is the line that the actual conservatives would situation where attempt to hide, remove sensitive information, unintended consequence, Streisand effect. Okay, thanks, Mr. Ru. Yeah, I think that's what he's doing right now.
And there are confessions and so on. Let that speak for itself. But you don't see, your show is called Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Yep.
But the United Kingdom is censored and Europe is censored. And if you talk about these things, you will be put in jail in many countries. Yes. And I think that's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the truth is so clear and if there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said, well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think everything at least should be debated. And if the evidence is very one-sided, let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be imprisoned.
Okay.
Well, because I have a blanket view now, which has evolved slightly actually over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized, right? People should be allowed to say what they want to say, and they should be then made accountable for what they say. If you have an employer, they can make a view about whether you are the right kind of person they want for their employment, as they would make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized. It's my personal view. I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that. Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in the United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely. It is ridiculous that people have been frog marched to prison cells for stuff they put on social media, right? So, yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And there'll be people watching this who I think will be very surprised by that, because you have built a reputation for being, if not a Holocaust denier, then somebody constantly questioning in a downward way the number of Jews who were murdered. That doesn't appear to be what your position is now.
No, and here's what I would like to see for my entire career. When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry where I was questioning a lot of these narratives. And I said, what is the answer on the other side? But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk about anything regarding Jews, Israel, the Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed. And so I actually haven't made up my mind on that, because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides of the issue. And I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there has never been, there's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because of the censorship. And I think that leads a lot of people to say, well, what do they have to hide? Because you can say on your show, well, I'm personally against Holocaust denial laws, yet they still persist and the social consequences still persist. And I think that that is the anomaly. And people have to wonder, okay, why is it that way? And what I said in that clip is the reason the Holocaust casts a long shadow is because it confers a political benefit upon organized Jewry. That is what they always fall back on. They cannot be criticized. They cannot be named. They cannot be talked about, lest there be another Holocaust. And no other tragedy is treated that way. And no other ethnic group has a get out of jail free card. Just play that. Anti-Semitism and Holocaust. You can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. That's the part that people are getting upset with. That's the problem.
I don't know any right-minded person who believes that Jewish people weaponized the Holocaust for their own personal get-out-of-jail-free or whatever you called it.
You don't know anyone that does that? That believes that?
I'm sure there are some people that do that, but it's such a ridiculous generalization. You know, the truth is that most Jewish people have lost relatives in the Holocaust. In fact, I want to play you two clips. One is where you talk about Adolf Hitler.
There we go. Scrolling.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool.
Do you regret saying that?
Saying a fact? No, that's absolutely true.
You think Hitler was very fucking cool?
Yes, I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest,
this is the problem. You see, it's a bit like when you just say, "I'm a racist." You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine called Danny Finkelstein, who, when he heard I was interviewing you, he's a Times journalist in the UK, very eminent journalist here, and author, who wrote a book about his own family's experiences at the hands of Hitler and Stalin, because he also told Tucker Carlson that you admire Stalin. But let's just take what Danny said here.
Hi Piers, it's Danny Finkelstein here. As you're interviewing Nick Fuentes, you might try suggesting to him that he reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States. Since he says he's on Team Hitler, you might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve...
Sorry, Frida.
I can't find a 4chan meme where they talked about, like, trying to guilt cock the normies into believing it was like 6 billion or 600 million. But yeah, that was like one of the trolls they tried doing. Yeah, okay.
My mum today.
Like, is he related to like Norman Finkelstein? Norman Finkelstein.
I think he
like
is
an interesting
actually.
guy.
I'm not sure. I think this might actually be his brother.
Let me see, Danny Finkelstein. Like, yeah, for like all of you people like listening, there's a lot of Jews who are, I guess, anti-Zionist and anti-Israel
Yeah,
show.
Norman Finkel sounds like the
And
prominent anti-Zionist.
yeah, like that's also why. Let's see, Norman a part of it? Norman.
Yeah, you can try and
Nope.
see if that's his brother. It might be, but
My grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber,
so
my great uncle, my cousin. My grandmother on my father's side ended up being one out of 7 children, the only one that survived the war. So you might ask him whether he wouldn't rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin's birthday, well, Stalin took my father, sent him to a state collective farm, sent my grandmother and my to a state collective farm, sent my grandfather to the Gulag. You might try asking why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday
Eastern
rather than
Europeans,
Stalin's.
bloodlines.
It may all be a big joke to him, but
It's like Timothy Snyder, Bloodlands. Basically, yeah, like in like my country as well. They both did like war crimes here and deported people and killed people.
Yeah, you talked about deportations in Estonia.
Yeah, like 1941. Even before, like a lot of internet communists say that, oh well, they were justified because all the victims were Hitler collaborators. And the question is, like, in 1941, like June, before Barbarossa, how could they have been Hitler collaborators if Hitler hadn't even ever occupied like the Baltic states before? And like especially considering that like at least Estonia was one of the most philo-Semitic countries, where like a British Jewish journalist said that like both the government and the people are the least anti-Semitic in Europe. Like they kind of make these dumb arguments, but yeah, both the Soviets and Germans like did their own.
Yeah, it wasn't just
Stuff,
one-sided,
and they're all-
because even Stalin hated Jews. He even removed a lot of the Jews from his government.
Yeah, I think it was like after he replaced Litvinov with Molotov. Molotov stated it was kind of like a. And there was a book about it called, I think, Stalin versus the Jews or Stalin against the Jews, which kind of documented his attitudes and his things. The Doctor's Plot. Oh no, not the memes. Yeah, and basically. Yeah, okay,
Sorry,
but yeah, anyway, the Doctor's Plot, for example, by Stalin is widely considered to be like an anti-Semitic thing. Basically, like a bunch of doctors were accused of being like Western agents and trying to poison Soviet citizens. And apparently, like the term the ruthless cosmopolitan term also, because that's also kind of a trope about Jews, that they're like ruthless. And I think a lot of Jews were purged from like academia. The Jewish anti-fascist organization was actually purged in the USSR post World War II. Yeah, I didn't know that earlier. I like researched Stalin's policies on Jews and Jewish orgs. Okay.
that he was 18 when
But yeah, if any one of you can find a 4chan meme about like Holocaust accelerationism, or like the troll where they claim that it was
somewhere,
like,
Peter. I'll probably find
Yeah.
it quite easily.
someone tried to cancel him. Well, Stalin and Hitler arrested my mum and my dad when they were 10 years old. So perhaps he might like to reconsider his joke.
See, that's the reality of your jokes, although I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very fucking cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very fucking cool? The most genocidal monster of the last 150 years?
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching. You know,
yeah, you might be, but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through. So maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose family members were murdered.
Yeah, we got all that. We, you know, me mom, like we're. You know, I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying, me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because he doesn't find it funny when you say Hitler's very fucking cool.
I don't care.
He finds
I don't care.
I know you don't care. That's fine. You don't have to care. But he does care.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you, a prominent conservative in America, has to say about Adolf Hitler. Now, what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Okay. That's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah,
I mean,
do.
can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow
He
up?
murdered
That
12
is just
million
childish.
people. He murdered 12 million
Okay.
people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniforms, the parades,
I think, Theodore, you made an earlier point if you wanted to chime in here, because you said something about what Nick is saying.
I would say I would make 2 points here. First of all, I think that if you want to confront like an artist like Nick Fuentes, you wouldn't bring like, "Hey, I'm a Jewish survivor. Hitler killed my," or well, sorry, I shouldn't use the word. Hitler oofed my relatives. You would bring up like things like the Führerprinzip, where you like literally can't criticize the leader, and like statistics about like failure and corruption rates to him. I think that would be more effective against Nick. Although I don't think even that. He's kind of entrenched. And like secondly, what I would say, yeah, is like when you like literally admit to be like making like deciding your political position based on like cool vaporwave edits or like some funk edits. I mean, how can you claim to be mature? Like, how's that a mature position? I could show him like North Korean epic parade edit. Will he become like Juchist, or like a Chinese one? Will he become a further oldest Maoist?
They'll get wrapped up in.
Well, yeah, the aesthetics are like a good marketing trick, and that's like decent enough to convince normies. But if you proclaim to be like a movement leader, your argument should be more than just, "Oh, the parade's cool, the uniform, Hugo Boss so cool." Like I think like a lot of like older voters would just like turn themselves off.
Yeah,
after they
it's like
heard
the
that
appeal
sort
to
of stuff.
Zoomers. I said this in my Substack article about
Yeah, it's like
Zoomers and like
brain rot.
boomers. Like, yeah, obviously, look, you can look at the 4chan stuff, because obviously Alex, who I speak to from when I do activism with Herman, he does like this crank thing where it's like, again, don't get me wrong, he's a good kid and everything, but it's just like, I think he's bought into a few of the memes. I think a bit, especially to do with like there were no gas chambers when them. Yeah, that even you pointed out that there were, because obviously to do with like the rock sample that you were on about. And
Yeah,
obviously
it was called the Loiter Report, and the critique. Like, it's not that the mainstream Holocaust historians or mainstream historians haven't addressed this. It's like they've provided like a solid critique of the methodology. They didn't just say, "Well, it's verboten, we can't talk about this, it's taboo." No, they basically said, "Look, the Zyklon concentrates on the surface of the rock. If you take like a big deep chunk and then you crush the whole chunk and do a test, you're obviously going to get a lower concentration. And even then, to oof a human, you don't need as high of a concentration as for like a bug or a cockroach or a lice, because surprise, surprise, humans are soft and squishy, and they've not evolved to be more resistant to chemicals. Whereas like roaches, people have been trying to like oof them and like exterminate them, get them out of their houses for a very long time with a lot of chemicals, so they've evolved to have certain resistance. And yeah, it's Casual Historian had a pretty good video. Like, if any like neo-Hitlerites or Wignats are in the chats want to like insult me, just go over his video, debunk that, like the actual arguments.
Yeah, like I said,
there is nobody in the chat. That's but I mean, we'll create some. Don't worry, I'll create some in the chat so that we can. How about later we respond to all the, like, after the whole, after we're done reacting, we can respond to the comments.
I mean, if you want to, I mean, there are a few people that were in here. There was Obama. We got Obama, and you got involuntary suffering, and then Bolton, and
oh wow, we got Obama.
Yeah, we got Obama.
Got Obama. Oh, that's crazy. That's very impressive.
Well,
I mean, I never knew.
Like, respond. I think it's just like, the chat does occasionally pop up. I think it's just because I was like I started at like a little bit early. I think within an hour, but yeah, I don't think. I mean, I guess we could respond, but Yeah, let's
It's
just...
the peak Wignat. It's like the most Wignatiest person.
Well, I mean, we got a griper in. I was surprised there was even a griper in the chat. I literally just put Nick Fuentes, in the title of this stream, and it's just like literally just griper shit. I was expecting at least one, and it made it into tonight. I'm lucky.
It's like it's like bees to honey. I mean,
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Glorious. That's their glorious leader.
Right. Anyway,
it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II, and it's fascinating, and it's interesting, and it's compelling, and it's cool. And we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions. And then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, "Oh, that's not very funny, mate. Me mom," and it's like, shut up. Like, no one is in favor of genocide. So let's just get that out of the way. We're not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Do you think if half your family had been, do you think if half your family had been...
He was at Charlottesville. Did he not remember the boomers, the gray-haired, the dumb boomers in the middle, just yelling, quote, gas the K-words, our war now? Did he not see that stuff? Obviously, there's people that who are for the G side. It's just, yeah. He's just denying that anyone's for the G side.
By very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster who murdered 12 million people, who targeted people because they were disabled or Jewish or Romani Gypsy or whatever it may be?
I mean, the Gypsy stuff, but was it actually true about the whole targeting disabled people thing? Did you see them as like his favorite?
That was called Action T4. Action T4. Yeah, and it was started in like 1939.
So did he start oofing disabled people then?
Yep.
Oh shit.
He did.
Crazy.
I'll link it in the chat.
Yeah, if you want to, because I wanted to research that. I thought that was just literally just propaganda, but obviously if it's an actual like policy that they had.
Yeah, a campaign of mass oofing by involuntary euthanasia targeted people with disabilities, mentally ill, in Germany. That's what the concept.
And that he systematically destroyed people, incinerated them in gas chambers. Do you think that you would find it very fucking cool if your family had been through that? Or do you think you would find it very fucking disgusting? And perhaps moderate the number of times you laugh about it, or want to joke about it, or want to abuse someone like Danny Finkelstein, who's written incredibly powerful books about what happened to his extended family at the hands of the Nazis and your other hero, Stalin. See, my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is that in parts of this interview, you try to come across as moderate, but every now and again, the mask slips. And it's slipped again here with what you say about Hitler.
Yes,
there's nothing very fucking cool about Hitler. We know that from history now. We know what he did. You've already conceded that he murdered at least 6 million Jews. So when you say he's very fucking cool, Jewish people watch this and go, this guy's disgusting. Why would he say this about someone who perpetrated such an evil? And what's the real answer? Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun? For shits and giggles? What is it? What motivates you to say something like Hitler was very fucking cool?
It's for this. It's for all of this. And the lack of self-awareness is amazing. You're a boomer. You're a 60-year-old boomer. And we've spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated people. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep. And
not that
what
serious.
I'm getting at.
Not that serious.
Do you want to say more about he's a monster?
You're not a kid yourself anymore. You're not a teenager.
I know.
Right? You're nearly 30, to be clear.
Yeah,
okay? You're a fully formed adult who has a brain, right? And at some stage, that brain is taking you off these rabbit warrens.
Is this an interview or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine to say how fucking cool Hitler is and to dismiss the very powerful 90 seconds from a British journalist who lost a lot of family members to the Nazis in such a callous, dismissive manner.
I don't think it's powerful. I think we've been hearing that our entire lives. Okay. The Schindler's List. Let's just be honest. The propaganda is over the top. We have been in America.
What about the Schindler's List? Tell me about the Schindler's List. Well, tell me about the Schindler's List.
I'll tell you about it. We have been browbeaten as a people, as Americans, as Westerners for our entire lives. And do you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made because, well, let's just be clear. It doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we have thrown open the borders. This is a political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society as a whole anymore, why we can't be proud of Europeans, why we can't be proud of being Christian, because they've told us if you're too white and too proud and too Christian, it's going to lead to a Holocaust. And so my generation, our entire lives, has seen, wait,
honestly, Nick
it's true, and that's
I don't think specifically that, but they like the leftists especially. They've like used the like literal term Nazi like way too much.
Yeah, it's been over.
Like for example,
I've been called
Donald
it.
Trump
I've
was
been called it
pro-Israel.
once online. You know, it's just.
Yeah, like Ryan Falk was like like proud
when they bring it
proud
up.
told Ryan Falk, and Falk just said like, no, I'm a gay. Like the no regime would have given me the steam. Like it's lost like all meaning. Like any sort of racist is a Nazi. And the problem with that is, for example, it just strips all meaning because the Confederacy was anti-black, but they had a Jewish Secretary of State called Judah P. Benjamin. Like it's not the Hitler regime. Like the Hitler regime is specifically that you have to be racially anti-Semitic. Like I would like not necessarily demand that you're like a German ultranationalist. You can be like a Nazi of another country, but the thing is that if you just like cheapen it down to racism or just wanting less immigration, it just loses its value. And I think like actual Jewish orgs, like Holocaust memorials, have criticized this sort of Hitlerflation, where like everyone, it's this like archetypical villain now, where like anything that isn't like to someone's liking or is literally the Hitler regime. Like for example, like I remember the Canadian trucker convoy when they were protesting against like the mandates. They were like, "Oh, it's just like the Third Reich. It's with the vaccinated signs and the unvaccinated stars."
Yeah, I remember that.
It just becomes a meme. It just becomes like this meme when someone just pulls it up to like get people to stop doing a policy or criticizing anything they don't like. You should be like careful with like equating with everything.
True, and that's why people like me. That's why I'm popular, because this is bullshit.
Honestly,
yeah, it's a crock. We don't want to hear any more about me mom and me dad.
Listen. What you just said is a crock of shit, and you
it's
know
true.
it.
It's called the open society.
In your gut, you know it is. You weaponize this stuff.
You know.
You weaponize this stuff for money.
The open society, like he's going for Soros now.
But you know when you say something like what you just said.
I'm banned from banking. I'm banned from banking and credit cards. You know who you're talking to? I do it for money. And by the way, how much money you make? Your company.
Fun fact that some rapers said, and I think like some YouTuber called Right Wing Coalition. Basically, in the original interview, Fuentes apparently dropped some N-bombs, and those were edited out.
Yep. Do you know what? That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, but like I think that wouldn't be kosher on YouTube. So
yeah,
if you
they've had to
like
censor a lot on this.
Yes.
It's worth $100 million. Your company's worth $100 million. I was banned from Bank of America.
And you shouldn't
I'm banned from processing credit cards.
And you shouldn't have been.
But I am. So don't tell me I'm doing it for money.
Well, ask me my opinion about that. I'll tell you shouldn't have been. Right? I don't agree with that. What happened to you?
Then don't say I'm doing it for money, because you know that full well, and you say it's a grift.
Much money? How much
if
money
I wanted to be a grifter, I'd be like you, and I would go and say,
"How much money are you making?"
I'm making a lot.
I mean, would you still count him a grifter? I mean, he's still making money. I mean, yeah, he's not taking money outright.
Well, the definition of a grifter would be someone who who doesn't have consistent views or doesn't truly believe the stuff he's pushing for, and like he chooses what he says based on like money. Like he's found a unique audience, so it would be harder for him to push through in like BreadTube or like mainstream because that market was saturated at a certain time. But I do think he has some like deeply held views about ethno-nationalism and like World War II revisionism that he didn't choose to make money. Um, I think in this interview he's kind of trolling and
yeah, I
kind
mean,
of not
if I was going against Piers Morgan, I'd definitely troll him there. It'd be too hard not to, because he's such a prick.
Well, yeah. The thing with like Shaw revisionism is that the if Morgan has like some like Holocaust historian in like his chat or something, he could like come over and like start like chain debunking or like addressing these claims, and that would kind of
like if you had like a moderator type of thing, it'd probably make a lot more like sense.
Or like or like even an AI or like some team. He claims that he has like a team fact checking him live. But yeah, but I think like Fuentes believes it, and like let's say he started like making claims like wooden doors or chimneys built after 45, or or like some like only 425K, then it would be like, because these are not new arguments. These are what Ryan Falk calls cookie cutter arguments, and I think mainstream historians have like responded to them like since the 90s and would have like ready responses for them.
A lot of money now.
Yeah.
Now that I'm the #1 live streamer in America, because people agree with me more than they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that. You guys
I'm not
overplayed your
done
hand.
hearing about that.
Okay, well, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that. We're ready to take our country back.
I've got three
we're
sons.
not listening to crying minorities anymore.
I've got 3 sons, and they don't share your views
that's
about slavery and about the Holocaust. They can have decency and compassion and humanity about some of the worst things that have happened in the last 150 years or more. They can do that, and they can also have concerned views about issues like immigration and other issues. The two things are not mutually incompatible. You can have different views about different things. It's your lack of humanity and compassion for people about things like the Holocaust, about slavery. It's that people find so contemptible. And I don't understand why you need to do that. Again, I just ask you, is your motivation financial? Is your motivation for fun? What is the motivation to saying these outlandish things, which you don't need to say, and which I suspect, I don't know, I suspect a lot of it is performative. So what is the motivation?
I'm an iconoclast. The Holocaust is not my religion, and it is treated like a religion. It is treated like a religion with dogma, with blasphemy laws, and that secular religion says, and you say that's a crock of shit. It's intentional. It's called The Open Society by Karl Popper. It's by these architects of the liberal order after World War II. They got together and they said, how can we make sure that Hitler never happens? How can we make sure that totalitarianism never happens again? And they came up with the consensus, which is that we need to take down nations, religions, fathers, the authoritarian personality. We need to be empathetic and altruistic. We need to be diverse and pluralistic. And that experiment isn't working. And I'll tell you the truth. Right now, and you can laugh at this, you can scoff at this, our people are being genocided in our country. 50% of the live births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white. In 100 years, my ancestors, your kids who...
No, that's not what a G-side is. You would need like an entity organizing it and forcing it from like the outside. Or like planning.
Well, that technically still happened for like NGO groups, because there's like Christian and Jewish ones.
like abort white babies and stuff.
Yeah, that type of
Well,
thing.
the problem with them and the definitions that they don't have like the legal authority to like go to your house and force you to have an abortion. They'll like
It's like
influence you via propaganda. Yeah, but like Sean Last, yeah, he said it's like the best thing to call it to like get your message across is like a demographic shift, and then to explain the problems that will be caused by this demographic shift.
But you can't really technically call it a G-side.
I don't think so. Let's see what the strict definition was. Okay. Destruction of people through targeted violence. So it has to be. Yeah, it has to be targeted violence. Let's see the propaganda. No, it's not effective in pushing people.
Right, should we continue whilst you...
Yeah, so basically it has to be violence. It can't be like propaganda. But you can still call it like bad propaganda.
Your kids who are so empathetic and compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country. And these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust, they don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against the Jews.
How many Christians are there?
Gaza, it's against
How many
whites.
Christians are there in the world? Like me,
1 point some billion,
yeah,
2 billion.
How many Jews are there?
15 million.
Okay. So with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Really?
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say
who am I losing
white
to?
people,
Who am I losing to?
The problem with Pierce is he always comes in with bad faith. He did this with Tommy Robinson. When just whatever you think of the guy, he always go in and he'd always overtalk to Tommy. He didn't listen to anything he talked about with the Quran. He didn't even let him finish his sentence and just kept calling him ignorant. And he's doing the same with Nick Fuentes. So again, he always still sees in interviews, and obviously because he's like a shit lib, but. Yeah, so it's always Pierce with his insufferability. This is why, like, when he comes in with these the debates, supposedly he just ends up always looking like a prat.
People,
who am I losing to?
You're seeing it, mass migration. You're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration, and here's the difference: in Israel, they have high politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would.
No, we're not live. Like we need Mr. Okay, he's back to record it. He's recording the thing.
Wait, bro, are you recording?
No, I'm not recording. Aren't we still live streaming?
Yeah, we're still live streaming.
Okay, yeah. It's like this Two Hawks guy. I mean, he's pretty retarded, man. Like he'll probably mess everything up.
Is it okay to say the R word? Just don't do stupid stuff or we're.
It is. You can say that. You can say the R word. You can say.
Yeah, everyone uses it.
Okay.
And you can say the.
But the N word you can't.
It's literally just like slice, and you just have to wide stuff a little bit better.
I haven't even. I mean, I'll just say retard now because like I was sort of like, just for safety, I was sort of like not saying it just in case, but I was just replacing with idiot. But I'll just say retard from now.
Just the big ones.
I
think Twitch is even. Sorry, go ahead.
The more you talk about it, the more likely he's gonna do it.
Yeah, it's sort of, yeah.
What the hell was that?
Oh, that was
What?
That was J-Ski, bro. That's someone else is in the call.
Why is I server muted?
No, because Cheeky's muted just because he is.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, lads, let's continue with the video.
Their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be an Israel. In 50 years, there isn't going to be a white Christendom.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
But you're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You've talked about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well, no, I'm coming to the same part because you seem very resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
That's true.
Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Like, they're talking too much. They're not hot anymore. Like, you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much, you're a bitch.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen misogyny part of that a little later, but I'm just curious. On the one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly, so they shouldn't presumably procreate. So how does that work? I mean, aren't you, with your rhetoric, actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more children? Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, as you know, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
I'll get married later. It's been difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. You know, my wife would be screaming about that. Me, you know, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things. It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married. But what's happening with women...
You literally just told your followers... Well, hang on. In that clip, you literally told followers, women, they get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one. You're actively telling them the opposite.
You're extrapolating a lot. We can complain.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land, but it's going to be
Do you think this view of women may be why none of them want to go near you?
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite. They're called the Groy bets, and I'm actually batting them away.
Are we
batting them away? Granted, not all of them are attractive. Some of them are attractive.
Are you actually? Just to clear up one of the many theories about you, I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are you actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
You're not gay?
No, but I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So there's that.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
Okay, right. That's the thing.
I do not. No, absolutely not.
They should stay at home?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I'm the boomer. I know I'm the boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women are annoying. All women grow old. They all get fat. Says the guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy. Never got laid.
That's the thing, though. You boomers, it's always
you're an expert in women,
free love.
given you've never got
we're having a bit of technical difficulties because apparently I can't hear anything in chat, so I'm going to have it moved over. because I can't hear anything for some reason. RTC connected. Okay, right. So Discord's been buggy as fuck. Probably going to crash. Apologies, ladies and gents. I don't know why. It won't connect my call. Why is this doing this? I might have to just restart Discord if that's the case. I'll restart Discord. Sorry about this, ladies and gents. I'll just sort all this out. Let me just put the break on whilst I sort this out because it's just really annoying. Now that technical difficulties are over. Did you want to make some jokes there about Fuentes' sexuality if you wanted to, Feed?
Well, not yet. I wanted the chat to remember what he said about the Grepettes.
Yeah, because it was said he was swatting them away. Well, I wonder what he meant by that.
Well, this is very important for like a later argument he makes. Just
Okay,
keep
right,
it in the back of
we'll
my
just keep
mind.
going, yeah.
We are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This, you know, you're talking about empathy and your kids are empathetic and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem. So we are going back to the way
Let me play another clip of yours about women.
A lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like... that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
You think women want to be raped, do you?
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is what these statistics say.
But that's what you believe,
They
is
have
it?
fantasies. They have fantasies about it. I don't think that they want to actually get raped. But there's a study out there. Get ready for this. It says 62% of women have rape fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading, if you watched what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about? What do you think Twilight is about? I mean, that's just true.
Yeah.
You think women want to have the shit beaten out of them, as you said?
Yeah, and it's very disturbing, but it's true.
Do you think your views on women might change if you actually ever had a relationship with one or had sex and actually had a proper relationship? I mean, people say the reason you're so angry about women is you're basically an incel.
I'm not angry about it.
You sound very angry. You sound very, very angry about women.
I'm passionate. It's an issue
you're
I'm passionate about.
You're sounding very bitter about women, as if women have done a terrible disservice to you. But when? You don't have relationships, you don't have sex. When are they doing these terrible things to you that's made you so hateful towards women? I'm really curious.
Was that? I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them. And that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll. They're chilling out. They're getting a little, they're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is, but they're getting a little heavy. And any guy that is playing the field these days will tell you that. I mean, and I know a lot of the chats. I am an incel. I'm friends with a lot of...
What is this? yeah, we're still live streaming, by the way. It was just Discord.
Yeah, this is the thing. He claims that he's an incel. But like, okay, how can you be an incel if you're batting the great bets away? Like, it's contradictory. You're either an incel or a volcel. If women are throwing themselves at you, and you're refusing them, how are you an incel, bro?
Yeah, I guess it's contradictory.
Yeah, I mean, he
Yeah,
has
so
entire
maybe he'd rather call himself an incel than like admit being gay.
There's such a thing as a female groper, right? Like you have Radfed
Yeah, great
Hitler,
bets, yeah.
who's like the most greatest example of a
So
female
his
groper.
argument is that he's a sigma male, actually.
Well, then just say you're a sigma and a volcel. Don't say that I'm
Remember
an incel.
I remember this being a story a while back, but I swear to God, there was like he had sex with Destiny or something, or maybe like
there was like a video leaked. It wasn't actually Nick. It was him getting oral sex by someone. It was giving oral sex to someone in like a video. It was Destiny, but it actually wasn't Nick, and people were tricked into watching gay con. So it was just like a bit of like I think not like a troll, but it was just like a leaked video. It wasn't Nick. I mean, maybe. I mean, there was like a rumor. There was that weird Catboy stuff that he did back in the day.
I mean, it looked like. I mean, it looked like him. I mean, it looked like him. It looked
How
like
do you
Destiny.
know,
I mean,
Ro? How do you know? You're watching Gay Con.
Yes, I am. I actually
Amazing.
do.
Actually, you know what? That doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I watched the entire video at least 10 times. I mean, literally had to do an analysis for Slithering Genius because he wanted to see if it was real or not. I just told him, yeah, it looked like Destiny. Yeah, you could have found the video, but it looked. I don't think that many people actually watched the video, but I found the video. It got taken down, but it was like on one platform only, and it definitely did look like him. Like I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, like so. I would imagine that maybe it was probably Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, very very odd, but anyway.
Chads like Bradley Martin, Clavicular,
Yeah, I think
they
that
agree
Nick
with me.
Fuentes, maybe he's like. I think that I mean,
maybe spy.
He probably wants to. I mean, maybe he's going monk mode because he doesn't want to deal with women, or maybe he's just asexual. But he does sort of have like gay mannerisms. Right?
Yeah, there's actually a picture of him in an interview where he's got his legs crossed like a homosexual. Where he's like he's literally like doing the what's his name, Freddie Mercury leg cross.
Yeah, and he probably honestly, I wouldn't be surprised in the next 2 years, once he becomes more famous, right?
More stuff will probably come out as well.
Nick Fuentes, and here's evidence, and then they show a video of him having sex with Nick Fuentes. Yeah, that was sort of underreported. I think it was because of the election and whatnot. But that was around November. It came out that there was a video of Destiny giving someone a blowjob. So Destiny definitely, there was a video. We do know that Destiny gave some guy a blowjob. So he did have gay sex, but we don't know if it's Nick Fuentes. But from the legs,
One of my theories, if I may, is that because his audience has a lot of incels, in my opinion, he wants to kind of pretend to be part of the tribe. When he actually, because he's famous, and yes, there are great bets, he could get laid if he wished. So he needs to
I mean, you know what a female groper is? Do you know what a female groper is? I mean, there's literally
Yes, I know. Well, you assert that they're really ugly, right, and disgusting on average. In your opinion,
they're radical rad femmes, like Radfed Hitler. They're radical rad femmes who sort of use Nick Fuentes because they're attracted to him. They can relate more with him on the issue because they both seem to have similar grievances. So
Anyway, well,
you know, there's sort of like this alliance between the guys that don't have sex and the guys that get the most sex. We know what women are about. It's the guys in the middle. Guys like you in the middle. It's the beta male orbiters that say, she's amazing. You're a misogynistic pig. Because I don't know what that is. I guess
well, come on, let me explain to you what I think it is. I think when a 27-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home, that all they do is fantasize about being raped and being beaten up, that's what they want, that they're annoying, that they get fat, that they get ugly. That's a misogynist. Now, you may not understand it, because your knowledge of women is so incredibly tiny, but actually you are the embodiment of a misogynist. It couldn't be clearer. And if I was in a way, you have the deep-rooted misogyny of some of the actual boomers I know. Yet here you are, 27 years old. And most of the current studies show that a lot of men are really disenfranchised from society, no longer have physical relationships with women if they've ever had them, never associate with women, and build up instinctively misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position. You're just a bit of a lonely guy who wants to get laid and can't for whatever reason. And it's made you bitter about women. And I don't know where that's come from, but it's fascinating.
Pierce thinks he's a true cell, actually.
No, see, here's the thing. First of all, you're very caught up in the labels. It's always, you're a racist, you're a misogynist.
You said you were a racist.
These words mean nothing to me. Well, hang on. Whoa, can I respond?
You gave yourself the label.
What is this?
You said, I am a racist. I didn't give you the label.
Okay.
You said, Nick Fuentes, I am a racist.
Calm down. Calm down.
Did you or didn't you?
It's okay.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
so
here's
I didn't give you the label. You did.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're trying to infer something that didn't happen. You said, I gave you the label of being a racist. No, you did. You said, I'm a racist. You gave yourself the label.
You're going to have to tone it down a little, all right? You're going to have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview, okay? Please calm down. All I said is you're hung up. I didn't say you gave me that. Maybe I did.
You did.
But here's what I mean. What I mean is, what I mean is you're just hung up on proving you're a misogynist. Okay, you're a racist. Okay, you denied the Holocaust. And I'm not about the labels,
man. You didn't deny the Holocaust.
Past that.
As I said to you, look, Nick, as I said to you, I just wanted to go over the stuff that everyone uses out there about you and get you to respond. And we are getting, I think, a long way in this interview. Right?
Okay.
You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant.
I think it's more.
You did admit you're a racist, and you have spelled out a thought process about women, which is the purest definition of misogyny that I've ever seen. And you've said you're not gay. So we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. Well, look, and I own the labels, okay? But I just don't care that much about them.
That's fine.
I feel like the whole...
I'm not saying
this is like a weird...
I'm not saying you have to care. Nick, you don't have to care about any of it. I promise you. Right? That's not why I got you on the show. I wanted to give you a fair crack, which I think I have. We've gone over a lot of stuff. We've got a bit more to go on. I genuinely don't think I've ambushed you with anything you couldn't have been expecting.
No.
I don't think I've been overtly hostile. In fact, when you've asked me to calm down, I've calmed down. I don't want to have a hostile, angry, shouty match with you. I simply want you to spell out exactly what you've meant about all these things, and people can then be the judge of them. So let's take another break, and we'll come back and talk about Donald Trump, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and others. Christmas is peak time for online shopping sprees, but that also means it's peak time for hackers and data brokers who steal your information online.
Data breach. That's nice. God, I mean, there's two.
But you've got
forced ads in the stream.
A recent clip from you about Trump.
This video.
First term. We're 10 years in.
Yeah.
And Ben Shapiro, you haven't seen his streams then, or he'll just live read ads, not even like cut them into the interview. He'll just live read them during the interview from his sheet. And Fuentes said that when he makes response videos to Fuentes, he is serious because he doesn't do an ad every 5 seconds.
Well, because
and you still have these people, I hate to say it, but they're just like in denial. And they're like, okay, everybody, let's all go on Twitter and let's tell Trump, don't screw over your voters. Okay. Hey, Trump, don't hire John Ratcliffe in the CIA. Like, what are we doing? We lost. It's over. The time to make demands was during the election when he needed the votes. He's a lame duck president. He doesn't need anything from us. He's not even on Twitter. He's on Truth Social. So what are you talking about? We're going to all rally and tell him, don't hire yet another neocon?
Now, over the weekend, you posted this on X. You said performative cruelty is the perfect phrase to characterize the Trump admin and the mood of the MAGA movement. In order to compensate for his compromises and failures, Trump has to fall back on mean-spiritedness to appeal to the basest instincts of its followers. It's really sad. I mean, do you think you're the best person, Nick Fuentes, to lecture people about performative cruelty?
Why? Are you accusing me of being cruel? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
How am I cruel?
You're cruel about black people. You're cruel about women. I mean, you're cruel about a lot of people, and you're very performative.
Okay. I don't think I'm performative. If anything, everyone else is performative. I'm authentic. You know, whatever you want to say about me, it's real. It's from the gut. But yes, I do think it's performative. And what I mean by that is, you know, when they're doing the deportations, they know the deportations are not where the base wants them to be. They deported, the figures are disputed, but from my data, it's 300,000 in the year, which is not a massive deportation. They know the base is unhappy with that. So what do? The deportations that they are carrying out, they do a big spectacle and they arrest everybody and they film it and they put a hype at it. And there's a meanness in there. They played that song, I think from Sabrina Carpenter or something, and they make it a joke. They make it glib. And they do that because they're not delivering on the promise. So they compensate by doing it meaner, edgier, more mean-spirited, so that the base will overlook the fact that it's not happening. And I think that's by definition performative cruelty. You can call me a hypocrite, but it's definitely true about what they're doing in the administration.
You went to see Trump at Mar-a-Lago with Ye for dinner. What was that like?
It was very interesting. They're my two heroes. Ye is my hero. Trump is my hero. Even though he's very disappointing, I still have a personal hero of mine. And he's a remarkable person. It was a great conversation. We got along pretty well. He liked me. I liked him. It was a love fest.
I mean, he got attacked afterwards for supping with the white supremacist devil. I mean, do you accept you are a white supremacist?
No, absolutely not.
You don't think white people are superior to black people?
No, I'm a Christian, so I believe everybody is equal before God.
Including women?
Yes.
So you give women equal rights then?
No.
Great.
No.
Great. Okay. So you just talked a lot of bullshit, didn't you?
No. Why are you like mad about this? No.
You want women to be treated equally before God, but you don't want to give them equal rights.
Yeah, because women and men are different.
Look,
do you believe there are two genders?
It's your view.
Do you think there's two genders?
I do think there are two genders, yes.
Okay. And so you mean there's distinction. There are two distinct genders.
I think we should all have the same rights to...
Well, if they're meaningfully distinct, biologically distinct, and they have different social and biological roles, I think it would follow that we would treat them a little bit differently in the law.
Do you think the Catholic Church's teachings reflect that?
I do. Yeah, there's no female priests. Have you ever seen that?
Do you think that the Catholic Church thinks all women should be deprived of the vote?
Yeah, I think so.
No, they don't.
I think they do, yeah.
You think the Catholic Church position is women shouldn't be allowed to vote?
I think so, yeah, but I'm not positive.
No, it's bullshit.
Oh, it should be.
It should be. So if you were Pope, that's what you do. You could be Pope because you're celibate.
That's true. And I'm also from Chicago, like the Pope. But look, I mean, women, it says in the Bible that women have no authority over men and they can't teach men. And that's why there's no female priests.
It says a lot of things in the Bible. I mean, do you take every word of the Bible as sacrosanct?
Well, yeah, it's inspired scripture.
That's all of it is
this now
all of it is sacrosanct.
A theological debate?
Well, it is Catholic doctrine that women should not lead and teach. I mean, you're not interacting with what I'm saying. Why can't women be priests?
They should be.
Okay, well, you're not Catholic. That's not a Catholic
I am
position.
a Catholic. Many things I disagree with the Catholic Church.
Okay. Well, that kind of is contrary because the whole basis of being Catholic is accepting. It's accepting the authority of the pontiff.
You can be a member of a religion and disagree with parts of that religion. Perfectly reasonable.
You could be, well, yeah. I mean, you could say
unless you're
that,
an extremist.
But it wouldn't be true.
If you're an extremist, you can't.
Okay.
Obviously, you never deviate.
That's just not rigorous.
You never
That's
deviate if you're an extremist. But even the Constitution's been amended. Was it 27 times? People talk about this sacrosanct document. It's been amended 27 times.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my. This is not rigorous intellectually. This is very.
Just a statement of fact.
Theology. Okay, but it's fine. Where were we? We're talking about Trump, and somehow we got into
Trump.
You're white knighting for women's rights.
On Trump. Well, I think women.
The fun thing is that Fuentes himself disagrees with the Catholic Church about race. The Catholic Church emphasizes that the primary characteristic you should check for and who you associate with is their faith. It's not race, right? So you should prefer a Catholic Filipino over like a pagan white. But I guess Fuentes, when he would attempt to set like a racial category for immigration to the U.S., he would ignore that, or he would ignore especially like Pope Francis's decrees, and even like the current Pope's decrees and condemnations of Trump's crackdown on the I guess the Trump administration, like his critiques of these like immigration crackdowns. So I don't know like why specifically like Catholicism is like a strict religion in the sense that the Pope is considered infallible. So Fuentes kind of chose like a riskiest and hardest thing to follow because, yeah, like if a Pope says something liberal, like what is he supposed to do? He's like gonna condemn that, but then like why pick Catholicism where the Pope is considered infallible? Like why? It's
yeah, he's kind of shot himself in the foot religiously.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I guess to do with it's like, for example, my brother, he's Catholic and he's yeah, he probably he's like an almond because obviously like they see him as infallible. So if he says things like makes comments about intermarriage or about abortion, they'll take it fully. But
yeah,
he's picked a hard.
Well, I think women should have the same rights as you and I. You don't. That's fine.
Put on the pink hat, bro. Put on the pink hat. We're waiting.
What's the pink hat for?
For the march, for the women's march. Are we going to see you at the women's march protesting for women's rights and all that?
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something? Like, it's crazy.
I'd have no problem giving a female friend a tampon, would you? Have you ever? I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon, have you?
Gross. Absolutely not.
No, I know where that shit's going, dude.
Yeah, they're filled with period blood. Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow.
Are you into that? You like that?
Wait. Does Fuentes think that when you give like a female friend a tampon, do you think that like you have to give them a used one?
Well, it's implied, but it's implied that he would give a female and then her give the tampon back.
No, like they'll throw it in. They'll throw it in the trash afterwards. Like women are not like. Does Fuentes think women are too dumb to? I don't know what a trash can is. Let me give this used tampon to my male friend because I'm a stupid female. I don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, but probably in that context, yeah. Just give your female friend one because she's stupid.
Right. Yeah, it's something that like the incel forum would write. Yeah, the Forge are too stupid to know what the trash can is, so men have to clean up after them. But at the same time, women have to do all the cleaning around the house, but they're too dumb to know what a trash can is. Yeah, this is going into like a lol cow.
Yeah,
debate.
this is the part in the interview where they're just insulting each other.
Well, yeah, it's stimulating. I guess it's stimulating to watch them like being lol cows.
you ever
got
seen
a lot of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have you?
I've seen him. I've
Oh,
seen
you
him
have?
before.
You've been that close
Yeah.
to a woman? Really?
No, I've seen him. Look, I
Oh, you've seen
I
videos?
used to live with
I
women,
bet
so
you've
I've seen him around the
I
house.
bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
What? What are we doing here, Piers?
I'm not
you
sure.
really hate that
I'm not sure,
You're
Nick.
more impressed that I'm a misogynist than you are about anything. It's
Not
very
really.
Some Pierce fan needs to like hack into Fuentes' internet and see his like search history.
I wonder what it'd be. Maybe
It's
it'd
like-
be like cat boys in the search history.
Cat boy sniffing used used tampon.
Pretty much, yeah.
anything. It's
Not
very
really.
revealing.
I'm actually more exercised about your blatant self-admitted racism than I'm about anything. But the misogyny runs a close second. Let me ask you about Tucker Carlson, because you had a long sit down with Tucker Carlson in which he was, oddly, I like Tucker, we get on well, I was with him last week in London, but he gave me a harder time than he gives you. And then afterwards, he was more critical. And then you said this about Tucker.
He's a handler. He handles people. That's what he does. He's a fucking liar and a handler. He goes around telling people, I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh, I know nothing. I don't even have a phone. I am just a clueless tourist. I just travel to all these countries and, you know, I don't trust him. And I don't care, you know, maybe that alienates me from people in the conservative movement. I don't care. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be a party to whatever that is. Whatever that CIA bullshit is, I'm not going to be a part of it. So, you know, now that I've heard enough from Tucker and I've heard enough from other people and I've seen enough, this guy's not who he says he is. Not an ally. Stay the fuck away from me. You're weird, dude. You're weird.
See, what would have been great is if you'd said that to him when you were sitting opposite him.
Well, when I was sitting opposite him at the dinner and in the interview, he was nothing but nice. He was very nice to me and very cordial, and he didn't call me an anti-Semite, and he didn't even press me on it at all. And I thought he would, and I almost wanted him to. He was nothing but nice, and we had a great time. We had a really great dinner, really great interview, and I felt really good about it. And the next week on my show, I said, he really surprised me. He's great. And then every interview he's done since, all he does is call me an anti-Semite. He goes, well, I hate his anti-Semitism, and, you know, I wonder why people like him. And so I just think that's two-faced. So after that experience, it kind of turned me off. I didn't like that, but he's going to do what he's going to do. He's still a nice guy, but I think he's two-faced.
What about Candace Owens? You had a sit down with her. She called you out on a few of your more incendiary comments. You've been attacking her quite virulently recently. What's going on there?
Well, you know, it's me and her. We're so complicated. We're on and off. It's very passionate on both sides. You know, I think there's this intense desire to be friends, but a frustration where we just.
Maybe he claims to be an incel because he secretly doesn't want to admit that he did it with a black lady.
Maybe. Well,
Based
that
on
was
that
him like flirting with.
He wants that candidacy. He wants that.
It's been very passionate. It's been on and off.
Maybe he should.
Yeah, okay, maybe I'm like 30 more.
We should do porn together.
Like let's say like he becomes celebrity. He's like, actually guys, the racist stuff was all trolling. I'm actually like wholesome, mixed race, anti-racist, and
yeah, he's got a black eye.
I had my.
It turns out.
Yeah, he just like flips. Yeah, just like completely flips, and like I've been trolling for like 8 years. And it's all been part of like an experiment by like a leftist professor.
It's just post irony. You know, my fans encouraged it, which is why I did it. But I changed my position. Honestly, he'll probably do that within like the next 2 years. Let's say he becomes a little bit more mainstream. I think he might just say, "Oh well, guys, it was just, you know." I mean, we'll just have
racism
to see.
was just a phase, just like Richard Spencer, just like Rand Paul predicted.
Yeah, because like once you start appealing to like the normosphere, dude, like even once you start appealing to like the boomers, right? You're still gonna have like, you know, you're gonna need to change up a little. Like that's just the truth. Like even you have to just change your optics completely.
Yeah.
Because there's like there's like 3 levels of cognitive levels. And most people they can't even get behind like normal basic things like right versus left. Some people don't even know what's going on. So more pragmatic ideas, that's impossible to get into the normal sphere unless we had this like hyperborean intelligent super intelligent Eugenio state with like 180 IQ.
Going to Agatha.
Ubermensch or whatever.
Lady, she made me nervous.
But yeah, like pretty much the only way that would be possible. I think that, but I think that I think he'll change it up a little bit in the future. Like, let's say, like
we'll just have to see, bro. We'll just have to see.
I think that
Yeah, we'll start placing bets right now.
Well, I mean, Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, that's
obviously
not anything.
He's gonna take over the van that Charlie Kirk left behind.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I think he's like Mr. Rue. Wasn't the Google search for Mr. Kirk like really low recently?
Yeah, most people have forgotten about Charlie Kirk, and Nick Fuentes is trending quite lately. So yeah, nobody really cares about him anymore, and I think that
Candace Owen started coming up with conspiracy theories about.
Well, I mean, Candace Owens is all. I already know Candace Owens. I mean, we already know. Like, there was a period, I think it's like December, where she was saying that she doesn't know if gravity is real. And she was claiming that she doesn't know if gravity is real. Well, how do you know
the
that?
African man cannot comprehend?
Right? It's like she's like again, she's part of like the I'm an independent thinker and I need to. Then it's like just
contrarian.
Like
she becomes a contrarian.
Diverges from the left. Right? It just diverges from the left. That's all it does. It just diverges from the left. There's no actual, it's just sound bites, and she's just repeating them. Sort of like Meat Machine. She's just repeating sound bites.
Yeah,
she's just
Suka, you suck. Russian #1. Yeah, like he'll just keep doing that, like couch potato, just laziness, like sheer laziness.
Yes, exactly, pretty much.
Or like the laziness in the sense that they'll take like a position and then automatic contrarian position.
Have you heard of like the flat Earth Antarctica, where like they traveled to Antarctica with like I think what's his name, Jared, and a few other prominent flat earthers. They traveled over to Antarctica.
Yeah, I think that was like I think this animated series that was like based off conspiracy. I think there was Inside Job. They did like an episode taking the piss out of them.
Yeah, she was part of like setting it up. She was like setting it up, making it mainstream, and she was like talking with people, and she was like, well, I don't know if the earth is flat or not. Maybe it's some, Jew organized conspiracy where they're having us think that the earth is round, and well, like when you look over
like schizo territory.
Like if you shine a flashlight over the ocean, it doesn't curve; it goes straight. So that must mean that the Earth is round. That the Earth, yeah, it's just retarded shit.
Yeah,
gravity
just
actually
disconnected from reality, I think.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think gravity does bend light to a certain extent. And like
it does. It does. It's also this.
There were a couple of flat earthers in like the Arizona desert who went to measure like sun angles. And then, like, said, yeah, if the Earth is flat, you'd expect the angles to be different by this degree, but if it's round by this degree, and they got the round Earth degree, and they were like, it's a trick, guys, it's a trick, it's a Illuminati trick.
Yeah,
don't believe that.
Right, basically, she's gone into conspiracy territory, and she's just become very stupid.
I think it's specifically like contrarian attention-seeking territory. So you take like a very well-established mainstream theory or opinion, and then you just automatically pick something that is contrary to that. And then like
it's part of like internet, rays infiltrating mainstream politics. It's just the result of like the internet, and crazies, when you merge internet with culture, the craziness will sort of infiltrate this, create this,
Yeah, probably have to make a commentary on that another time. Anyway, gents, let's continue.
They disagree with each other. There's a rivalry. But I thought we were going to have.
Mike's doing that thing again. Might want to mute. Cheers, mate.
Have a friendly conversation, and then she kind of did the same thing. We're going to go on a show during the war with Iran. We're literally in the middle of a war. And she texted me the day before the United States bombed Fort O, and she said, would you like to come on my show? I said, absolutely. I said, is this going to be about Iran? She goes, I don't do setups. I said, yeah, let's do it. I come on the show, and then she's like got this weird hostile demeanor. She's doing the clip thing. Then she puts it behind a paywall. It was ridiculous. So that really was not nice. And then
she was doing the clip thing. She was touching her. Yeah.
And then I think this whole Charlie Kirk thing, I think she's gone insane. I think she's absolutely lost her mind. So I feel sorry for her husband.
What did you feel when Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Where were you when you heard about it?
I was at my house, and a friend of mine who was actually at the event texted me and said, Charlie got shot. I said, who? He said, Charlie Kirk. I said, oh my gosh, that's terrible. And honestly, it was devastating. I didn't like Charlie.
I think he kind of speaks like Trump, to be fair. Like if he took like Nick's exact transcript and put a Trump voice, I think it's like in between Trump. I was at my house. I did hear Charlie got.
Yeah, right. I mean, the guy's kind of like a fan of him a little bit, so I would say he would take some inspiration.
Yeah, he's even wearing like a similar suit set up with like a red tie. Not like specific Trump tie, but yeah, he's trying to like imitate him, his like mannerisms, I think, subconsciously.
Charlie Kirk at all, and we had an intense rivalry, and he hated me. But honest to God, I was devastated. I was emotionally affected by it. I didn't even do a show that night because I was beside myself. So it was rough. I mean, it was hard to watch.
When you say you were beside yourself, I mean, you hated him.
I don't hate anybody. I didn't hate him, but I really didn't like him. I intensely disliked him, and I didn't agree with him.
He called you vermin, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he hated me also.
But you were still beside yourself when you heard what happened to him.
I was. I thought it was disgusting what was done to him, and it was tragic, and it was horrifying.
Do you fear an attack like that on yourself? Have you upped your own security because of this? Because your profile's got exponentially higher since what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I have increased my security, and but something similar like that happened to me. Someone came to my house with a gun about a year ago, almost exactly, trying to kill me, and he was shot and killed in my alleyway. So I've had increased security for a while. It's a bad time out there, and I do believe it was a left-wing person that killed him. I think it was a left-wing person that tried to kill me. So yeah, I take it very seriously.
Elon Musk said on his X platform that you're a Fed. You're a paid-up hire of the government. Is that true?
No.
100. You've never worked for the government in any capacity.
I've never talked to federal law enforcement, and actually, I've testified to that fact under oath when I was subpoenaed by the Congress. People leave that part out, but I got subpoenaed, I think, in January 2020.
Jim Dewey also claimed that, and it was based on the fact that he wasn't like imprisoned or punished after 9/11, even though he was yelling, "Ignore the police, break down the barriers," which is, that's incitement to unlawful behavior, at least in the minimum.
I think in January 2022, I think it was. And I was deposed by the subcommittee, the House Select Subcommittee, on January 6th. And they asked me, did you speak with any federal law enforcement? And under oath, I said, no, I've never had contact with them. I've never turned over devices. So no, absolutely not.
There's been footage that's come out again this week. This is you at the January the 6th riots. Let's take a look.
Right from the barriers, right?
So you're heard there shouting down your loud hailer, break down the barriers and disregard the police. The capital belongs to us now. What did you mean by that?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The capital belongs to the people.
Disregard the police. So you don't support law and order?
No, I support law and order, but on that day, the police were brutal. The police killed somebody, Ashley Babbitt. And, you know, they were throwing people off of the rafters. They killed multiple people. So
when disregarding the police is the first step to anarchy, isn't it?
Well, I think the first step to anarchy is when the government rigs the election, which is what happened. That is when the government loses its legitimacy, and its enforcers, consequently, do also. Well, that's exactly what happened in 2020.
There is no evidence the government rigged the election. You know that. You're a bright guy.
Well, let's talk about it. You want to talk about the election of 2020?
Yeah. I think Trump lost it fair and square. I think he fought the wrong argument square. I think he fought the wrong argument about the stolen election. I've said to him.
Yeah, Fido?
Yeah, that's a little verbal trick that Pierce did there. It's like, there's no evidence. You're a smart guy, so it's like trying to like, I guess, ego stroke him into agreement. Now, I personally believe that that Trump's very stupid, but yeah, I'm gonna just point out some linguistic tricks. Or maybe Nick does like actually know it and like mark the laws for the house.
And say that like,
Yeah, that was Dinesh D'Souza, I guess, made the most concise conservative argument collection in this documentary, 5,000 Mules.
The reason Biden won is quite simple. The states flipped. The reason there was a higher voter than usual is because
the COVID thing. The COVID thing, and like when the current president is having like trouble.
The Democrats are already making arguments about the 2024 election, which could arguably has more oddities than fucking 2020. And that Trump got more votes.
I've seen like a video where Trump admitted like he rigged something.
No, there was no video of him rigging. The election wasn't rigged. The whole reason
I saved it on my Twitter actually.
Well, no, there was no rigged election with Trump. The only thing that
not rigged election with Trump. It's like Trump claimed that he rigged some part of the 2024 election.
He said, yeah, there was, but that was out of context. The reason Trump won is because there was a shift in around like 2022 that sort of people were fed up with the inflation surge. And that was exemplified by social media. You know, had there been no social media, I think he probably would have lost the election. But the thing is that they did the thing is that. They're saying that Kamala ran this great campaign, you know. Well, it was just Hillary Clinton 2.0, and it was the fact that they already had this inflation surge. They put in this babbling president.
About Biden's health status as well.
Yeah, exactly. There was no rig. There was nothing rigged at all. It's
that's for the experts to decide.
I mean, we could sit here and claim that Elon Musk he was
he like paid his employees to do like campaigning for Trump or something, which is like.
Well, no, that's not
campaigning laws.
That's not. Why do you keep on assuming that I'm going to say something? You stop assuming when I say something.
Okay, sure. I'll look it up and let you speak.
Yeah, stop assuming when I say something. Assume whenever I say something. Yeah. Well, say this X Y. I'll say something and you'll listen to it.
Right.
Okay.
Should we continue?
Let's continue.
Right.
And I expect not to.
The argument he should have said is that the deliberate suppression of things like the Hunter Biden laptop scandal from the media, by social media, by big tech, was actually a deliberate attempt to subvert the result of the election. And that's a much better argument, because it's undeniable. When the New York Post that had that exclusive were basically shadow banned off all social media for the 2 weeks before the election, that was an absolute disgrace. And if I was Donald Trump, I would focus on that as being my main argument that that election was slanted against him. When he goes off into saying that there was widespread rigging and voter systems were wrong, and we've litigated all this now through various court cases. Various Republican judges have ruled there was no rigging of that kind. In fact, the American election system is accepted by most people around the world as being one of the best in the world, one of the most reliable. So I just think he fought the wrong argument. If he said the deliberate suppression of damaging stories to the Bidens, which could have swung the election, was outrageous and unacceptable, I'm 100% behind it. But by building this spurious argument that it was all rigged through voting systems and so on, he lost me.
Well, I agree about the voting systems, but, when they went into the machines, I think that was ridiculous. However, what has to be accounted for is that in 2016, 35% of the votes were cast by mail. By 2020, it was 70% because of the pandemic. So you doubled the amount of votes that happened by mail. They called it in-person early voting. They called it a variety of different things. And the other thing that they changed is they solicited the mail-in ballots. So they sent ballots to people's houses. And once you do that, I mean, you have absentee balloting normally, but it's a process. You got to give your social security number, your ID. They send it to you. There's regulations in place. This is an election where they double the amount of mail-in votes, and they sent ballots to people's houses. And when you do that, you break the chain of custody. So they send the ballot out, and then they tell people return it at a 24-hour ballot drop site that's unsupervised. There's thousands of them, and they're going to hope that all the ballots that find their way into these drop boxes were filled out by the person that the ballot was intended for. And I know that didn't happen. I'll tell you why. My uncle has been dead for 26 years. He got a ballot in 2020. It was mailed to my parents' house. And that was happening in nursing homes. That was happening in apartment buildings.
But you also know that every independent body that has looked at this has concluded there was no widespread rigging, that it was a free and fair election, and Trump lost. And the bottom line is he should stop going on about it anyway, because he won back the White House in 2024. By your, as you have been so keen to tell me, move on, right? No one wants to look back too far.
That's a separate argument. I mean, you can say that he should stop talking about it, but whether it was rigged or not is actually relevant to what happened.
Had this power. If they had this power,
that's a separate argument. I mean, you can say that he should stop talking.
Well, dude, pause the stream before we pause the video before we go on.
Oh, I thought I paused it.
Nah, but
okay.
we'll probably press
yeah,
anyway.
well, basically, yeah, that's a very good argument, because if the theory is that when Trump was president in like 2020, when his administration was in place, and then the Democrats were strong enough and powerful enough to like rig the election in their favor, then how come they were not powerful enough to do it in 2024?
Yeah, very
that wouldn't make sense. Maybe
yeah, again,
maybe
I
you
don't
could
know
explain
much
it
about
with the COVID.
the American elections.
Well, I mean, like I think about this. Like,
is how the fuck did they not manage to get like they could have made an excuse and said, well, Indiana flipped for us, or they could have flipped Arizona as well, and a few other places.
The Dems, right?
Yeah, they could have flipped a few other places.
Yeah, like a
well.
swing state. That's believable. Flipping a swing state is pretty believable usually.
Yeah, that would be believable, right? It would be believable to swing like Arizona, hell, even Florida possibly, because Florida voted for Democrats not that recently, but a fairly long time ago. But it still would probably be realistic if there was this huge shift, right, that was in favor of Biden, the Democrats, then or it could be the fact that we had this huge pandemic, people were upset with Trump and a social media craze.
Yeah, they're upset with the administration. What I would say as a political scientist is is that people, the people are retarded, as Osho said, and when there's a crisis, no matter if the president's guilty of causing it or not, they're gonna say, okay, this guy was in charge during the bad thing happening, therefore he is guilty of it, and we should have a change of leadership. And it's obvious that when there was bad time, COVID and financial problems, the George Floyd unrest, and people felt like, yeah, we should change the administration because there's a lot of bad things happening. That's a really tough position even for a competent person, let alone the orange man to be in.
Right. Anyway, let's continue.
Talking about it, but whether it was rigged or not is actually relevant to what happened.
Right,
Oh shit, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, dude. It's probably going to be annoying for people to watch the playback, but it's fine.
Happened on January 6th, because what happened on J6 is people were outraged about it. People were furious that, by the way, there's never been an independent ballot audit in all the states where there was alleged to be rigging. That has not happened. And certainly it did not happen up until January 6th. And people said, this is ridiculous. They're stealing it.
Look, if people, honestly, if either you or Donald Trump or anybody else wants to show me, I said this to him when I interviewed him last, if you show me the actual hardcore, incontrovertible evidence, then great. I've never seen it. Joe Rogan asked him. He didn't produce it with Joe Rogan. It's just never been produced. But look, I don't want to labour the point on that. So I suppose the more interesting question now, as your influence rises in the conservative movement in America, and there's a lot of splits going on amongst MAGA over a number of issues, and about you, and you know this, is your split with Trump irrevocable? Do you feel now, as we head towards the year of the midterms, that it's time to now look to who his successor will be, and who do you think that person should be?
Well, it's not irrevocable, but I am very pessimistic about this administration. And succession is something that I've been interested in for as long as I've been doing this show. And I think it's very clear that they are grooming J.D. Vance to be that successor. And by they, I mean Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, Peter Thiel. There seems to be an organization that was put in place roughly around 2022 when Peter Thiel was very active in the midterm elections. He spent, I think, over $30 million. $15 million for Vance, $15 million for Masters. Spent a lot of money in a lot of other congressional races, trying to unseat the Republicans that voted for impeachment in 21, and also building out a media market, building out a patronage network, funding things like Passage Press, Sovereign House, a number of other projects to create sort of like a self-contained media ecosystem. And Vance is clearly the selected nominee. That is who the interests want. And they've been pushing for him very strongly. So I think he's the heir apparent right now. There's a forceful push. I've heard good things about him. I've heard bad things about him too. And where I think it needs to go is I think we need to return to the message from 2016, what Trump said in the first election, which is we need to drain the swamp. We need to get the money out of politics, the super PACs, the special interests, put America first in foreign policy and the wars, close the border and deport the illegals, and reindustrialize America, bring back manufacturing, bring back jobs. We're in this Cold War with China. We need America to have productive.
Did my Cold War work this time?
This Cold War with China, we need America to have productive capacity again. We need America to have wealth. So I think whoever is going to bring us back to that, that's who I'm going to support. And I haven't seen enough from Vance yet.
You called J.D. Vance's wife a Jeet. What does that mean?
It's a slur for Indians.
Why would you use that?
Well, you want the honest answer?
Because you're a racist?
Pauses actually work, or are they delayed by like 10 hours? Let's say I want to pause. Okay, pause works. Point is that Trump, I don't think Trump was never going to
for
be
my
that.
screen anyway. Don't worry about fussing with the pause.
Yeah. No, I wanted to actually make a point. I want to actually make a point.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
The point that I was going to make was that that sort of money out of politics stuff from Trump, that was always LARP. That was never something he was going to do. Like he was going to APAC conferences and getting money before the 2016 election. So it's like a nice populist message, but you need to actually look at what people do rather than say. Like, actions speak louder than words, obviously. Yeah, okay, you can continue.
Oh, no, there's actually a different reason. The reason why I said that, if you watch the whole show, did you watch that whole show, by the way?
No, but you've admitted you used that slur. I'm just curious why you would use that about a woman with her
I'll
heritage.
tell you, there's a really important reason why, and this is why context matters. If you look online at the people that are supporting J.D. Vance the most, they are racist. They're racist also, let's say. And they look at someone like myself. I don't support J.D. Vance. And they say, you're brown. You're a third worldist. They are gleefully participating in the cruelty. You could say the performative cruelty of the Trump administration. They say, you're going back. You have 100 days until you're being deported. You're going in a crystal. And then they tell us to vote for J.D. Vance. And so all I did on the show is I said, you have basically racist chuds that post memes about Indians all day on Twitter, memes about third worldists and Palestinians even. But then they want to turn around and support a guy who has said on Twitter, how dare you say I'm racist? I have non-white kids and I'm in an interracial marriage. And all I said is I just said that's a little ironic. I said that's hypocritical. And Vance is going to have to explain to all of his supporters who have gassed him up as the real mass deportation candidate. He's going to have to explain to them what's going on with that. What is with the contradiction? Because
and you don't feel any accountability for the millions of young people that will hear you use that slur and think it's fine to use it.
No, I think that's ridiculous.
Okay. Let's take a final break and come back with a little kind of summary of how you think this interview has gone for you.
Okay.
If you're a fan of epic fantasy, Arthurian legend, or just epic storytelling, I have some good news for you. The Pendragon.
It's worse than Shapiro's, in my opinion.
If he condemned me, that would be very disheartening. That would be very disheartening. And it would depend upon what he would say exactly, but yeah, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that at all.
If he condemned you because you've openly admitted to being a racist on this show?
Oh, this racist, I would be disappointed if he said that, because I think that word racist, it means something different to everybody. And so I think that's just silly. I think that's just semantic.
Have you ever been in love in your life?
No, like romantically, no.
Yeah, never.
No.
Do you think that's part of the problem?
What's the problem?
Why you are the way you are.
Oh, and what's the way I am? What are you trying to say?
I've given people 2 hours of the way you are. You're unashamed about a lot of it.
I'm ashamed.
I don't think I have a problem. I think I'm cheerful, boisterous. Look, unlike you, I'm willing to be a little provocative. Well, I guess you're willing to be provocative, but I'm willing to be very provocative, and I'm a free thinker. And I don't like to be tone policed. I don't like to be told about, people are going to tone police and play moral cop about you can't make this joke or you can't make this statement. And I think that's just about being intellectually open. I'm a believer in openness, and I like ideas.
I completely agree. I think you should be perfectly free to express yourself exactly how you see fit. My problem is how you see fit with some of the things that you say. And we've been through a lot of them. And I think people who don't know you very well will have been shocked in parts and surprised in other parts. But in totality, they can see you for what you are. I think we've got a lot nearer to what the real Nick Fuentes is in the last 2 hours than we probably have seen from your other recent interviews. Would you agree?
No, I mean, the clip thing, we've done the clip thing. We've all seen the clip show. Everyone's seen the clips. You think you're the first one to do the ADL rap sheet. So here you said this, and then here you said that. I've been playing that game for 10 years. So this is honestly more of the same, to tell you the truth.
Nick Fuentes, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, my thanks to Nick Fuentes, and my thanks to the hundreds of thousands of you watching this special live episode of Piers Morgan Uncensored. As I said during the interview, I think it was firm but fair, but you can all make up your own minds if you...
Right.
Wow, so that was it. Yeah, that was like a movie, dude. I didn't imagine that was a movie for me, I guess. Like I haven't actually had the attention span to even go through a 2-hour video, but wow. Okay.
Yeah, well, it was
First of
quite
all,
interesting. There was quite a lot of things, but yeah, Fro, you want to give your thoughts on it before we end the stream?
I think that, it sort of shows that, no one really cares anymore about the word police. I don't think anyone cares.
Yeah, political correctness is sort of dead.
It's sort of like Encyclopedia Dramatica, you know.
Just like Eric Cartman said, I guess.
Anymore. Sort of heading into an era where we just probably won't care anymore. I mean,
2016 is back, boys. But by that sort of trend, then like the 2030 will be a new woke era, if the wave continues like that.
I don't really think so. I think that, maybe the pendulum will swing a little bit. I think that there will be like a new, like woke 2.0 where they want something to have, they want something to change, but I don't think we'll go back to the shit lib we had in 2020 for a very long time. 2020 was like the peak of liberalism in the United States ever, like ever. And I think that with the recent memory that we have of what happened, I don't think that we'll go back to that for at least another 30 years, if ever, at all.
Okay.
I think that there may be like a new woke, like 2.0, in the sense that there will be more democratic socialists, but I don't think that we'll have like this shit lib. I think that we'll see ourselves going into something above the left and right. I mean, left and right, I think those are useless terms because there's all kinds of positions. I mean, you can categorize them broadly.
Well, I hate one-dimensional political compasses.
There are so many positions that you could have that it's basically useless to even characterize it.
Stalin was a commie, but he hated gays. So what's that position?
Yeah, well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you have crypto bros, you have anarcho-primitivists, MAGA communists. I mean, there's all kinds of people, right? And it's all because of the internet, right? So, I mean, we sort of entered like this,
Yeah, it's a very weird era, I would say. What Ro's commenting on, like we're in a very feels kind of like limbo, where we're basically just sort of like wondering what is actually going to happen in the future, because it's kind of at the minute very hard to tell.
We can't even tell what happens in the future anymore. The internet has merged with culture so much. We can like make like broad assumptions, but there's so like anything can happen at this point, right? Because like this is like sort of like the first time in human history where like humans are actually like normies, like the weirdos, the autistic people. Like internet culture is in control of like normosphere, right? Right, like so. All of that internet culture is sort of dripping down, right? Like I think, we had Mewing and Black Pill, right? I heard someone say Black Pill for the first time in public, right? And that would have been something that
I don't think I've ever heard an army use that.
That would be like something so obscure, like 5-10 years ago. Like that was like those were like super obscure circles, like in 2015, like it was the size of like Nephilism.
Yeah, some dark incel 4chan forum.
Yeah, they were like but they've sort of like incubated lately, and when 2020 happened, they sort of like these communities are able to like Trojan horse their way through with like memes and then that sort of like appeals to the normies. So a lot of the stuff that we're seeing now is all sort of from the weirdness of internet culture that previously had just been had been sort of tucked away from the mainstream and just, left to incubate. Now it's sort of like out and about and spreading like a virus.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Theodore, what do you get a takeaway from this interview? What are your thoughts?
I would say the audience might want to know that, as I think we mentioned before, that people went on digging on the internet about what the glorious Pierce Morgan's relationship status was, and turns out that the woman he married doesn't really love him that much. She complains that when he isn't given enough work, he's too energetic at home, so to speak, and he doesn't want that. She doesn't want that. She wants him to be like tired and not bother her, and she's posting pictures of or like ordering like laborers and then like stripping them and like having a big black Chad or Tyrone wash
Yeah,
her
he's
car in,
basically he gets in the cook chair.
and she has like a dating app thing
Yeah,
profile.
she's very like promiscuous. You don't really
I don't
care
think
about
it's a
peace.
I don't think it's necessarily a cock chair. That would be a bombshell, but she most definitely isn't faithful. And that kind of shows that that the sort of like normie boomer attitude of just being nice to a woman, doesn't work. Like rehab room vindicated again. Like you need to actually have genuine attraction from the woman, and like you might as well have the honor to say like, look, I'm not like that high in looks. I'd rather be kind of single than to be cheated on constantly. It will take a toll on your pride and self esteem when you're being constantly like cheated on, fucked. And secondly, I would say that like the thing that stuck with me specifically, as I mentioned in this reaction video, was Fuentes' like inconsistent stance on his inceldom, because he claims that he's an incel, but then claims that there's a bunch of pets offering themselves to him. And I do subscribe to the theory that there is something sus about his sexuality, because he's obsessed with calling like everything gay, including like insulting Ryan Falk for being gay, calling like simps gay, and like claiming that not having sex with a woman is less gay than doing it, which just it doesn't make sense. So he's obsessed with like using the word, it could be a Freudian slip, and now he's like inconsistent about his I guess status to like in regards to women. So yeah, I do subscribe to the theory that he is probably closeted
Probably very.
in that regard.
But yeah, I think of all
in regards to the in regards to the optics of the debate, I think that Nick kind of backpedaled on the Shoah question on the Holocaust. I think it's okay to say the word on YouTube as long as you don't like deny it or something.
incite, just avoid inciting.
Yeah,
should be good.
Yeah, inciting hatred and whatever. And but the clips prove that once you've put something on the internet, it's never truly gone, especially if you're famous. Truly, as Mr. Ru claims, wants to go like super mainstream, these will haunt him.
Yeah, this will probably backtrack, especially what the last stream talked about.
Yeah, but like even if it tries, and like the things that he said, will like haunt him for the rest of his career.
Yeah, pretty much. Right, well, anyway, let's end the stream. Anyway, guys, hopefully you enjoyed this stream. We're reviewing this. Obviously, there was a lot of takes on Nick Fuentes and Pierce, and obviously Pierce being a shit lib and him even being a cook, because people found out his wife doesn't really respect him that much. And yeah, all these...
I don't know, is it cockle or a cock, though?
Well, like, I mean, it might as well be, because he's letting his wife do other dudes.
The signs are so obvious. Yeah, the signs are so obvious. Might as well be in the cock chair.
Alright, yeah, anyway, hopefully everyone's enjoyed the stream, and